It was an ordinary day like all the others. The work phone was still ringing off the hook. On the one hand, the job was simple. All you had to do was answer customer calls in a friendly manner and help them. But on the other hand, the majority of customers consisted of screaming people who were not satisfied with the product. It was worth restraining yourself and not saying anything rude. That was how it was to work with people. The work itself was routine, and it was impossible not to fall asleep at work. The girl should not have continued reading the novel before bed, but should have gone to bed earlier as planned. But today, as soon as she finishes work, she will definitely go to bed, but a couple of seconds later, she was already dreaming. As soon as the girl realized that she had fallen asleep at her workplace, which was not allowed, she opened her eyes. She no longer saw her workplace, where there was a computer, telephone, and various devices. The girl saw in front of her a formidable man sitting on a throne and twirling a dagger in his hand. Sir Eden should have tried again to answer what he had done wrong. His life was at stake. The lady had no idea where she had ended up, but she could hear barely intelligible conversation behind her. Will Sir Eden be able to give the desired answer in 3 seconds? Why, the Baron was hanged in 3 seconds. Shouldn't he have been stopped? But how can you stop a man like him? Only those who come forward will immediately lose their heads. The men should have spoken even more quietly, as His Majesty might have heard inappropriate conversations. And so the first dagger flew straight at the Sir, wounding his neck and sticking into the wall, breaking it a little. Just a little more, and it would no longer be a wound. The dagger could have stuck into him, leading to death. His Majesty even felt a little sad, because now he only had 3 daggers left. At this point, Eden began to say that he had made a mistake during the bet. He had dared to stand in the way. Before he could finish speaking, another dagger flew straight towards him, and the atmosphere became much more tense. Why did the man behave like that day? If he was afraid for his life, he would have been better off keeping quiet. Although it was His Majesty who ordered that the crew be paid for the drinks, if he wanted to cover the costs with a night's salary, it would not end in disgrace. After hearing this story, the girl realized that this was an eerily familiar situation. Suddenly, His Majesty, taking a dagger in his hand, pointed to the girl who was standing in the very center. Now it was up to the lady to answer his question about why he had done wrong. What mistake did Sir Eden make? The man looked at everyone with arrogance, wanting to get an answer. Daggers, bets, the cost of drinks, and the night Eden, all of this resembled the contents of that very novel. The novel that the girl had read quite recently, sacrificing her sleep, and now found herself in it. She used to be an ordinary call center worker, in a life where emotions were dulled by the harshness of countless clients. Roman was the only salvation, and even for her, it immediately became clear that it was he. Speaking of the plot, the events take place around the princess of a weak country, who is considered the concubine of the main character. The plot itself was, of course, the most typical, so that at the climax, a rebellion breaks out. The imperial court could not withstand it, and the palace fell. The rebellion was too huge. After such a resounding defeat, the protagonist committed suicide right in front of her. It all ended gloomily with the shocked main character going crazy after what she saw. If the girl really got into an affair, then it was this man who sat on the throne in front of everyone. This is none other than the main character, the Emperor of Hislonia, Carton Zayon. Jet black hair, bloodshot eyes, a perfect nose, and a sharp chin. The appearance of the Emperor in the novel was like a sculpture created by a brilliant artist, but his nature was completely different. He was a tyrant who took pleasure in destroying his loyal subjects without a shred of regret. And also the betrayals, with girls constantly coming over, all this was not as beautiful as his appearance. Even as she read, she kept saying to herself that he was a beautiful piece of trash, the likes of which were still worth searching for. The girl thought for too long, so the man managed to think that she was thinking about something stupid. But what should she even say to a man like him who looks at her so menacingly? The lady knew only one thing: if she didn't answer as he wanted, she could die right here. In that case, she had no choice but to say that His Majesty's words were true. Clients who say their negligence is obvious and not their fault. They always hope to hear that their words are true, so she decided to pull the same trick on a man. For the sake of victory, he dared to use foul to hinder His Majesty's victory. If she were talking to him at a call center, she would repeat the same thing like a parrot. That damage caused due to the client's carelessness is not subject to compensation. But this is not the situation now. It was a terrible act on the part of Sir, and in this situation it would perfectly suit this man with a knife. After these words, the man threw the dagger aside, saying that she was the only one who understood him. That same knife flew straight at Sir Eden, which hit his shoulder. Would the death penalty be suitable for him as a punishment? Only now did the lady realize that this man was different from those she had spoken to at the call center. Depending on her words, the knight who must be punished may indeed die. It was worth thinking carefully and giving the right answer so that both she and that person would survive. What Sir Eden did was certainly a grave crime, but before the sentence was carried out, there was another idea. How about making him feel despair, sir, who dared to deceive His Majesty into giving up the victory? He will be demoted to the lowest rank, devoting his entire life to a position as captain that he barely earned. Demotion to the lowest position would be a far greater punishment than death. In that case, His Majesty will deal with the culprit in the same way the girl was able to cope. Once they had resolved this issue, the Emperor reminded them that seeing blood first thing in the morning was not at all pleasant. Everyone who was in the room at that moment was shocked by such a statement. They had to quickly come up with something. One of them suggested training dancers from the southern estates, but Xian did not want this. In this case, another one suggested calling a massage therapist to relieve fatigue, but he didn't want that either. The man will send a message, but he won't be able to call anyone else right now. There was no need for this. His Highness had already found the girl as entertainment for the day. As soon as the servant finished speaking, he told him that wasn't that very man right in front of him. The girl didn't understand who they were talking about, but this man was clearly unlucky today. As soon as she turned around, she saw everyone's eyes were fixed on her and showing their sympathy. Only then did she realize that she had become the very toy in the Emperor's hands. Duchess Alina Valoa was the one who was unlucky enough to find herself in this hall that day. It was with her that His Highness wanted to play, waiting for this moment. As soon as he addressed her, everyone in the room sympathized with her and could do nothing, just like she herself. If the lady stays with this handsome trash, next time he will be throwing daggers at her. So it would be a great honor for her to spend time with him, but the girl is unlikely to be able to satisfy the man's interest. This was not the answer His Highness expected, and tension hung in the air. But it fell asleep just as quickly as it had hung, after which Xian smiled. The girl shouldn't have been so embarrassed. She could probably handle this task. At this tense moment, the meeting was over and all the subjects left the hall. Alina was one of them. She was the last one to come out of there and spent a long time collecting her thoughts. The lady could not take a step after such a not very pleasant conversation with His Highness. But she was pleased with the thought that she had been able to survive next to him, which was already a great achievement. Wasn't it too much to end up in another body right during a meeting you didn't even know about? In other novels, you usually open your eyes in bed and everything falls into place during the day. As the girl walked through the corridors, she realized that the man had called her Duchess of Waloa. She couldn't believe that she had actually ended up in the body of that very Duchess. To make sure, the lady went to the window to look at her reflection. Alina Valoa, although the role of this villain was not so big, the girl remembered her well. The way she pacified the Emperor, even when she was scolded, she was similar to her when she smiled when she heard words of hatred directed at her. Although it looks impressive when the tyrant ordered the construction of the main character's palace, she asked him to better support the order, as finances were tight, for which she was immediately sent to execution. Usually everyone becomes the main character, but she became the character with the highest possible death rate. In this novel, she was abandoned alone. The girl could not come to terms with the fact that she would have to die so easily. She couldn't let this happen. Just as she was coming up with a plan, she suddenly remembered. There was no particular contact in the affair between the Emperor and the Duchess of Valoa, so why did he say that? Maybe there was some hidden story that no one was telling. Unfortunately, she won't be able to find an explanation so easily. There is very little information. First, she had to see with her own eyes this world she had just entered. It was light outside and everything looked like some kind of fairy tale. The girl walked across the yard, which was not small in size and looked beautiful. It was impossible to take your eyes off all the beauty that was around. The architecture of the buildings was beautiful and trees could be seen on every corner. With such a beautiful view, one could definitely tell that this was truly the world of a novel. As Waloa walked through the yard, she noticed the men there. There was the same man who was in the hall with her, and he was being taken away somewhere. The man couldn't help but notice someone approaching them. It was the Duchess, to whom they were obliged to bow, which was unusual for the girl. Sir Eden, he should have been demoted because of her words. That's probably why he was taken away somewhere. It was unusual to see men bowing, thinking she was a duchess. The girl could do nothing more at that time to save her life, which made her feel uncomfortable. But the man was grateful to Her Excellency, Duchess of Valois. If it weren't for her at that moment, he would have died at the hands of the Emperor and would no longer stand here. The Duchess helped him a lot. The man really looked happy. Even after he lost the place to which he had dedicated his life, instead of anger, he felt gratitude. This tyrant, if he doesn't like someone, he simply gets rid of them, even if the alcohol tastes so-so. Sir Eden looked a bit depressed, which wasn't surprising after all. So if he needs her help in the future, he can come any time. This revelation came as a shock to everyone who heard it. But the man was grateful to her because only she showed mercy to him after everything. With these words, they should have already left. They had stood in one place for too long. No matter how you look at it, he is not one of those characters who appears once and disappears. While the lady was thinking about everything, the maid who had lost her was already running towards her. The girl had no idea about this and was surprised that someone was running towards her. Suddenly, she forgot that she was the Duchess of Valois and that servants were supposed to be assigned to her. She disappeared so suddenly that she went to look for her. Was the lady supposed to wait for this servant near the hall? They should go as the lady had asked. She had already prepared an outfit for the meal, which she did not know about. But wasn't it she herself who asked that an appropriate outfit be prepared for the meal with His Majesty and the royal couple, Taraki? Just a few hours ago she was a call center employee, and now she is dining here. Even with that tyrant, the maid already thought that the Duchess didn't like something. Everything was fine if you didn't take into account the fact that she would definitely go crazy. Now was not the time to look at the palace and walk around the courtyard. The diplomatic dinner was getting closer and closer. There was only half a day left before dinner. The maid had already prepared clothes in the office. These were trousers and a jacket, as she had asked. The maid was trembling with fear, thinking that she had done something. But everything was fine, since there was half a day left. Couldn't she take the girl to the office? The woman, of course, agreed, and after walking down a fairly long corridor, they were there. She might have been lucky the first time, but if this continues, there is no chance. Valois had no idea what was happening with the Emperor's treasury, and she would have to figure it out. If she wants to survive under a tyrant who destroyed an empire in 5 years, the lady must gather her thoughts and understand what a duchess's job is. She remembered that in the original she was treated specially, even to the point of having her own private space in the palace. Therefore, a person with such great power must know a lot, and these were clearly not trifles. If you study the information in advance, perhaps the girl will not die at the hands of the Emperor. But looking at the documents that lay on the table, the Duchess saw that they did not have a penny. This crazy tyrant, how much he spent that the royal family was on the verge of bankruptcy. While she was studying all the papers and documents, a snow-white bird was watching her. She was in a cage and quietly chirped while the girl sat at the table. Having studied only a small part, it was possible to understand that everything was not just bad, but terrible. The Duchess would certainly die just like the original Valois. The state treasury was empty. What if tomorrow the Emperor makes a fuss about wanting another villa? Then she will die sooner than the original Duchess, who died in the year 1000 according to the imperial calendar. Now it was worth looking at what her call center skills were worth. She couldn't die like in the original. You need to somehow replenish the treasury, and in order to survive, save up money and escape before the empire falls. So now the girl will become a rare pretender for the sake of her survival, which will make the tyrant's wishes come true in such a way that no one will be able to suspect her. While the lady was getting ready for the meeting, the time had already come and evening had arrived. They sat in a luxurious hall. Everything around seemed to be shining. At the table sat King Taraka and his wife from the neighboring country of Kisronia. They were puzzled as to why the Duchess of Valois was here, since they had only asked him for a meeting. But if she weren't here, who would have tasted the food for the Emperor? It looked so stupid that even the man himself didn't understand what nonsense she was talking about, while the royal family of Tarak sat in horror, having just been accused of assassination. The lady beamed as if she hadn't said anything, looking like an angel. But what was the reaction of the king and his wife? Perhaps she seemed like a hypocrite to them. But now the girl is like Carton's dog and will stick to it until the end. After all, dogs have to bark to survive, and she will definitely be able to escape. Perhaps King Taraka wanted to poison His Majesty. The lady wanted to frighten him with such words. And it worked best of all, because now he was trying to justify the Duchess's words that it was not so. Of course this is not true. She certainly feels sorry for the king, but since things have taken this turn, she should become even more impudent. Turning back to His Majesty, Valoa bowed slightly to him, speaking the truth. And to prove his loyalty, will he allow me to taste his food? This was something unusual, because previously the woman had behaved completely differently. The food in front of Xian looked quite appetizing, but the atmosphere spoiled the appetite. Since the Duchess wanted to show her devotion in this way, the man did not mind. This even amused His Highness, so much so that it was impossible to hold back a smile. However, poisoned food can cause indigestion, so ladies should be careful. Only then did she realize what a mistake she had made. After all, the Emperor, even when he was a prince, was a master of the sword and made a name for himself in the war of conquest. And if the Emperor has a simple case of indigestion, then she will have to pass away to another world. But now Valoa had nowhere to go and had to taste the food. It was very tense, because if the food was really poisoned, the lady would die faster than in the original. The Duchess tasted the piece that lay on the plate and tried to understand if everything was okay. Moments later, the girl placed the cutlery back on the table. Having said that the food was fine, the meal could then begin. With a bright smile on her face, she wished His Highness bon appétit. It was good work, but as she stood there, her hands shook uncontrollably behind her back. And for this so-called good job, the girl put her life on the line. Since no one would poison a swordmaster who was immune to poison, she felt that the food was unlikely to be poisoned. However, will the day ever come when all her efforts will finally pay off? It was a great honor for the Duchess to help His Majesty with any routine. But it is thanks to her efforts that he can enjoy his food in peace. However, there was another problem. The man touched the knife, hinting at something. The king and the Duchess were horrified by such actions because he could do anything. For His Highness, cutting steak was too boring, ordering something to be done with it. The lady was shocked. This order had to be carried out as quickly as possible. Without delay, she began to carry it out, trying to figure out what could be done. The idea came to her by itself. The Duchess could not delay in such a situation. After all, if she doesn't do now what this tyrant who was watching the lady so closely wants, he would die with 100% probability, which should not have been allowed under any circumstances. So Valoa had to take the plate of sliced steak from King Taraka, hoping he would understand. In front of His Majesty there was now a plate of well-sliced meat. Even the king himself noticed this, and now he could taste the food. But besides the fact that the man didn't want to cut the meat, he suddenly felt a little hot. The Duchess, who was standing behind, took out a bright yellow fan from somewhere. The wife from the neighboring country of Kizronia did not understand what the lady was about to do now. Before she could ask about this, Valoa began to quickly wave her fan in Xian's direction, ordering the queen to open the window so that His Majesty's fever could escape, which was shocking. The Duchess became increasingly humiliating towards the royal family who were present at the meeting. But she didn't care about their opinions. She fulfilled all the man's whims. Did he feel any better? But he was disgusted, because this fan smelled strangely of perfume. The girl should have stopped waving at them. These words sounded like some kind of threat. So, without any thoughts, she threw the fan out the window, sending it as far away as possible. This throw was as powerful as it could be. You just need to get rid of what's in the way, because anything that gets on the Emperor's nerves will be immediately eliminated. The king's wife did not expect such an action at all, judging by her expression. It was her fan. It turned out that this was the case. This fan was given to her by her mother, who would have thought that this was so. This was not enough. The Emperor still did not like something. The problem turned out to be in the statue that was in the same room with them. It was too blinding, and the Duchess immediately tried to get rid of this problem. The lady will remove it immediately, mentally apologizing to the guests, promising to pay compensation. But she shouldn't have done the same thing that happened with the fan the girl had to stop. This statue was there to be seen, and it fit in well with the design of the room. However, the man would like to do something to make the statue's head less dazzling. Therefore, the Duchess had to come up with something urgently in order to satisfy His Majesty's whim. Of course, the feeling of guilt would haunt her, but there was nothing else that could be done. She had already passed the point of no return and needed to solve the problem without damaging the beauty of the angel statue. Valoa grabbed King Tarek by the hair, clearly wanting to take it. She had no choice but to do it, which left everyone in shock. Having carried out her plan, the girl went straight to the statue in order to fulfill the master's wish. The dazzling statue of the angel now sported the king's wig that had only recently been on his head. The man was horrified because now his shiny bald head was visible to everyone. His Highness even began to applaud the lady for her brilliant approach. In his opinion, the angel statue became even more beautiful. The Duchess's insight was simply magnificent. But now a new problem arose, and for this he leaned right towards Valoa's ear. Besides the statue, there are now new dazzling places. It would be great if she decorated it beautifully. The emperor spoke of a man who had lost his hair and was clearly angry about the situation. At this rate, the Duchess would soon go crazy, because every whim of Xian was becoming more and more insane. But there was nothing to be done in order to survive. Even such whims had to be fulfilled. As evening approached, the topic of the meeting never came up due to the emperor's mockery. And finally, as the king told him in a letter, the movements of neighboring countries have been extremely unusual lately. In particular, friction arose with them and the border zones suffered significant damage. The man said all this with some kind of scarf on his head, asking what he thought about this situation. It all looked humiliating and funny at the same time. The reason he had endured this humiliation until now was because he wanted Carton, the emperor of the Hilson Empire, to mediate this dispute. What a stupid idea, tyrant who knows nothing but entertainment, which is the biggest problem in his country, will solve such issues. But His Majesty should have listened, because the kingdom of Esland bordered the empire. This should have attracted his attention. Only then did the lady realize that they were talking about the kingdom of Esland. The Hilson Empire bordered the Taraka and Esland empires, and most importantly, the country that led the empire to destruction is the hometown of the original protagonist. How can an emperor who is not concerned with state affairs decide such issues? But the man replied that he would send them an invitation to a banquet next spring. If they are going to a banquet, they will talk about it in a relaxed atmosphere. Won't the misunderstandings between them soon be resolved, as if everything was so easy? For some reason, the lady had an idea about a flower garden, and the banquet would take place next spring. The grand banquet at which the main characters met, was it really a spring banquet? If it was as she thought, then this spring ball would decide her entire fate. The man noticed that there was something wrong with the Duchess, something that was not typical for her. Everything was going well, the banquet was going well. She could only admire His Majesty's insight. She will work until her bones turn to powder so that the world will know of His Majesty. From the moment Carton meets the main character, the countdown to her execution begins if she wanted to save her life. Next spring, at the moment when the man will be preoccupied with the original heroine, she had to get out of this empire. When the meeting was over, Valoa apologized to the king and his wife. She made a big mistake and didn't even know where to look, holding the box with things in her hands. As the man looked at the box containing his wig and fan, his anger could be seen. The girl should have forgotten about everything. He angrily took their things and returned them to himself. The Duchess felt enormous guilt for what had happened, but she could do nothing about it. But the lady couldn't let them go so easily after everything, trying to apologize until the very end. She deeply regretted the circumstances that led to the damage to the valuables. If this is the only thing that will prevent the kingdom of Taraka from declaring war on Esland, then she doesn't need this pride. The girl would like to compensate for the valuables that were damaged. If they wanted to ask her for something, they couldn't say so. Valoa only hoped that they would not hasten the time of the empire's destruction. If the lady says so, then the man had only one request. They were planning to expand their silk business in Taraka, and it would be difficult for them to do it alone. Tarak's silk business, the silk used to create the main character's dresses, was so expensive that the empire went bankrupt. But why did he want to expand his business, which was already doing well? But this will be quite burdensome because their silk is not widely known and not tested. That expensive and popular silk was still unknown, which was a great shock. And if they expand their trading business and strengthen their trade relations with the empire, they will be able to strengthen their foundation, and Esland will no longer cause them problems. If only she was willing to agree to help them, the king would agree to export the silk at cost. It was a big catch. And this opportunity could not be missed under any circumstances, so without a second thought she shook his hand. It won't be easy, but for the client everything was as easy as pie, so the lady will try for the king. The man and woman were incredibly happy that the Duchess had finally agreed to their proposal. Customer satisfaction was the most important thing. Knowing the plot, she could solve any problem. It even turned out that being a prisoner in a novel was very easy. After such a wonderful conversation with the king and queen, a lot of time passed and night was slowly falling. The girl, as usual, was sorting through all the documents in her office, trying to figure everything out, thinking that only a little time had passed since then, and she could no longer work. After all, now she had a new problem that prevented her from concentrating on work, and it was His Majesty that for the rest of the day he was only around the lady, not knowing what to do with it, even knowing the plot. Why is a rich man, who should only drink alcohol and enjoy life, in her office? The girl didn't sleep all night and sorted these documents, and he mixed everything up. But it was impossible to be angry about this, because she constantly tried to return everything to its place, which was amusing. Carton still couldn't calm down, and even placed important documents on the lady's head. The man clearly did this just to irritate the lady. All this time, he was only concerned with one question: what made her change her mind and save Sir Eden. This question had been tormenting the Emperor ever since the day she helped him in front of everyone. After all, it wasn't she who gave the order to kill Sir Eden, but someone else. This information was so shocking for the girl that even the papers fell from her head. She didn't know all this time that it was she who gave the order to kill that man. And it was true. The lady said that perhaps the dog she manipulated was bribed. And besides, she was the Dowager Empress and needed to get rid of him. It turns out Sir Eden was the Duchess's dog. But why is the conversation about the Dowager Empress happening now? Wasn't that revealed in the second half of the original when Eslin's secrets were revealed? This was completely different from the original, as the man even found an excuse to act accordingly. He lost that game on purpose, and if her judgment is as correct as before, then shouldn't we think about the fact that he is running here and there just to fulfill her request? It was not the same as playing with people, and she should be more careful about it. And the more he looked, the more he saw what an unpleasant person the Duchess was. They even signed a contract for this, which the girl did not know at all. The contract His Majesty was now speaking of was never mentioned in the original. This was definitely important information that she urgently needed to know. But there was one thing: my body didn't obey at all. It seemed to be pressed into the seat. The Duchess's mind went blank under his contemptuous gaze, and her body shook convulsively. And if she acts even a little stupid now, she will immediately lose her head. Then the best thing she can do now is apologize for making you doubt her. The girl opened the window in the office, having come up with some not-so-best plan. Right now, Valoa wanted to remove what irritated His Majesty. And it was she herself, realizing what a bold act she was taking. Her body trembled more and more. But perhaps this decision was even the best, because there seemed to be bushes below, and even if you jumped, you wouldn't die. All that was left was to try. So after these thoughts, the lady flew down, deciding to live up to the tyrant's expectations, but not knowing at all how this would turn out for her. The man managed to grab the girl, throwing her onto the office floor. It wasn't the softest landing, so my eyes involuntarily closed in pain. But as soon as she opened them, the man was furious at her stupid act. The Duchess shouldn't overdo it, at least until her contract expired. After this not-so-best end to the conversation, Carton left the girl's office. And now the lady was left alone in the office, deciding to take another look at the information she had previously possessed. According to what Carton said earlier, Duchess Valoa made a contract with the Emperor, and she has power over the captain of the guard and control over the Empress Dowager. Besides, if he finds out she has no idea about the contract, he will open up a new way to be executed. Based on the facts she discovered, the girl learned more about the Duchess of Walloa. All the letters she exchanged with the noble families, put together, the laws that were changed when she became Prime Minister, were strangely advantageous to the lady. The reports presented by Sir Eden on behalf of the Emperor's assistant were reports of every move made by the Emperor. Now she understood why the man looked at her with such a look. Valoa was a real tyrant. As if to confirm this thought, the lady found suspicious objects in the office. The materials related to the work were heterogeneous, for example, a book with recommendations on feeding pigeons. And under the double bottom of the box, she found a portrait and a book about poisons. Perhaps this was the Emperor's secret love. And if you look at the hidden portrait and book, it could be related to the contract. That face was eerily familiar. Without knowing why, the Duchess felt a certain nostalgia. But for some reason this woman looked at her with indignation, which frightened the lady and made her throw away the portrait. Her gaze was demonic, it sounded like complete nonsense. While the girl was trying to find at least some information, the maid entered the office. It turned out that she brought her food, put everything on the table, and wished her bon appétit. It all looked very strange, and what caught my eye most was the salad on the table. Only then did the Duchess remember what she had read in the book she had just recently found. The table was set exactly as described in the book on feeding pigeons. Everything was exactly the same, the main course, the appetizers, and the dessert, so there could be no mistake. In addition to how the table should be set, it was said that the Diamond Mountain would be after the meal. Perhaps she should have fed one of the pigeons that were in the cages behind her. The distribution method was that 3 out of 4 pigeons were to be given appetizers, main courses, and desserts. And leave one hungry, so the lady will give him something to eat next time. After all the food had been distributed to the birds, it was worth waiting for them to try it. The girl waited to see what would happen next if she followed the book. Not a minute had passed before the first bird fell, coughing up blood. As soon as this bird had eaten, it began to spit blood and fell down, which was very frightening. Could it be that these doves were not here as pets? Apparently, the reason Wallowa fed the pigeons was to find poison through them. Besides, vomiting blood and the sweet smell of lettuce, it's all written in the Book of Poisons. But even if the book describes in detail the effects of the poison, there is nothing about the antidote. Perhaps this was for the best. Even if it is described, it will simply make her resistant to poison if eaten in small amounts. The Duchess increases her resistance to poison, knowing she can handle it, but the little pigeons can't do that. This little bird was dying right in the girl's arms, which was terrible to see. This put a lot of pressure on her because she could not help her by asking for forgiveness, which was already too late, having promised to bury her in a sunny place, as it was too late to save her. At the same time, the lady understood that she could not continue to kill pigeons like the original Wallowa, but there was no other way to identify the poison to understand the cause. It was necessary to try it first. So the girl decided to try the ill-fated salad that the maid brought herself. The one who tried to poison her could have been the Emperor, who despises the Duchess with all his heart, or even the Dowager Empress, who somehow didn't like the Duchess of Wallowa. After eating a small piece of salad, the girl felt a little sick because of the poison in it. It was necessary to find the person who could do this, and there were plenty of them. So first, it's worth trying to attack easier opponents, and one of them was the closest. The Duchess entered one of the rooms that was in the palace. The first opponent on her list was Sir Eden, who apparently got used to his new position. He may have poisoned the food because he almost died and he didn't seem to understand why it came. The new position was clearly better than the guillotine that could await the man. If this was acting, it was worthy of an Oscar for such a magnificent performance. And Sir Eden was truly grateful to the Duchess for all she had done for him. The man really did look like he knew nothing about what was going on. But remembering the words that the Emperor said that her dog was bribed by the Dowager Empress, and it was worth getting rid of him. Sir Eden, who has sided with the Empress, is not to be underestimated. The last few days must have been really tough, so the lady prepared something. Shouldn't you take care of your health if the wounds haven't healed yet? It tastes good and is healthy. It's a salad. It was the same salad that was poisoned by someone who wanted to harm her. This must have frightened Sir Eden, who was probably already tormented by his conscience. But after the man accidentally told the Dowager Empress's maid that he was working for the Duchess, he thought that she would leave him because he made a huge mistake, but she saved him from the Emperor and took care of him. Eden was touched by the lady's kindness, so it turns out that this mistake was just a slip of the tongue. Then why the Duchess of Wallowa tried to kill her own people remained unknown. But we shouldn't forget about the salad that the girl brought for the man to eat, which he did gratefully, not knowing that there was anything wrong with the salad, and the first piece was eaten. And if he eats this salad, he will feel much worse than he does now, which is what happened moments after the first piece was eaten. These leaves were not fit for food because she had torn them out in a half-sleep in the neighboring garden. The girl began to worry about him, but he apologized for the fact that in his joy he began to eat too quickly. But now everything was fine. The man would chew well, so there would be no choking this time. If he had been trying to poison her, he would not have eaten the food she brought him so calmly. In that case, Sir Eden was not the criminal. After such an investigation, the lady returned to the office. The dog ate the food she had prepared, and since it was not a man, then who tried to get rid of it. Could it really have been Carton? Considering what a tyrant he was, he could have easily done something like that. Just the thought of it was alarming, because she was a target under any circumstances. Now she had to be careful, because it was impossible to predict when the next action would be. Valos had a bad relationship with the Emperor, but there were plenty of other obstacles besides the man. Every person who was in the palace and near her could stab her in the back. All this only complicated the situation and the chances of survival, which was more tedious, and the lady was getting worse. After all, the girl thought everything would be fine, so she ate some more salad, and yet it was necessary to eat poison in moderation and not give in to temptation and try more. The Duchess could not have lost consciousness right in the corridor at such a moment. She didn't even have time to reach her office, let alone her room. After all, in this place where everyone wanted to kill her, it was impossible to let her guard down so easily. At that moment, out of nowhere, a cameraman appeared just when he was needed. He grabbed Waloa, who was already falling to the ground due to the large amount of poison. The lady certainly didn't expect this, thinking that she would lose consciousness in the corridor. The only question that worried her was what Carter was doing here and how he ended up nearby. It was impossible to let down one's guard, because if he was trying to kill her, then they were enemies. And as luck would have it, there was no one around to help the Duchess in any way. More importantly, the crow that was outside the window watching them was undoubtedly a sign of death. His Majesty was not going to wait for the lady to calm down, so he picked her up in his arms. While she desperately asked to be let go of the floor, since she could walk on her own, the man was not going to do this. For a moment, the Duchess thought that if she moved even a little, she would die immediately. Therefore, she decided to trust the Emperor, but the poison took its toll and the lady lost consciousness. Having managed to say beforehand that she was grateful to Carton for his help, after some time they found themselves in some room where the man carried her. The girl finally opened her eyes and realized that she was on the sofa. Surprisingly, the Duchess woke up faster than the Emperor expected, thinking that she would remain in bed for a very long time. The room they were in was her office, which the lady realized with difficulty because she was still recovering. His Majesty did not have to carry her here, he had guessed what she wanted to say. After all, Waloa couldn't even control her body properly right now, compared to the Duke, because he could calmly eat salad that contained poison. This scene shocked the girl because he was eating the very salad that made her sick. The man was crazy once, he ate poisoned food. If he eats so much, isn't it dangerous? But he didn't care. This salad tasted too cheap. The Duchess should stop doing such useless things as taking poison. This tone and look indicated that the Emperor knew that the girl had taken poison. Did he really mean not to do useless things and just die peacefully? The Emperor walked along the streets of the palace, which were illuminated only by the dim light of the moon. The lady could not understand what he was thinking about, because after such a not very long conversation, he left her. As the man walked through the streets, going about his business, a pitch-black crow flew through the air, which sat right on Carton's hand. Apparently she was his faithful pet. When the man asked her if she was observing well, the bird seemed to be making fun of him. Having told her everything she knew, he gave her a treat. Supposedly it was a crow, but she behaved like a pig. As soon as she rose a little into the sky, she let go of the piece of paper that was in her paws. His Majesty immediately grabbed the piece of paper, which surprised him a little. After all, this was an invitation from the Dowager Empress to her palace. In that case, the Raven will have to keep a close eye on whether she invites the Duchess or not. Whatever the Duchess may have been before, she is now an enemy that must be dealt with. The next day arrived and was as sunny as all the others. The room was perfectly clean, and sunlight illuminated the entire space. The girl arrived at such an early hour and thanked the woman for the invitation. After all, the Dowager Empress invited the lady to her palace, as the man thought. The woman was incredibly happy that she had come, and she didn't even seem to pose a threat. The Duchess of Waloa had long been absent from her palace, and this woman was the mother of the empire. Amelie Eslin, the original Empress Dowager, was not Carton's mother and was practically a non-existent character. She was mentioned only once, until the secrets of Esland were handed over. In the original, she was someone who couldn't hurt anyone. The girl couldn't rely on the original forever, especially when her life is threatened, so she should create her own plan. The Empress even repeated again and again that she was truly glad to meet. She held up all her fingers except her thumb, an Icelandic-style handshake. It was mentioned several times. The main character shook hands in the Icelandic style. After which she was embraced by the emperor, the lady did not think that she would see this greeting in person. Now she understood even more that she had occupied someone else's body, because in her world there was no such thing. The woman made a special sweet tea in honor of the girl's arrival. She wouldn't poison her right during tea drinking. The smell was pleasant, and she regretted that she was trying it only now. These words touched the empress. Eslin was a little reckless in thinking that she would be busy and unable to come, but deep down she hoped for it, and then it turned out that she had been sending out an invitation every week. This, of course, made her sad, but she was equally happy about the long-awaited meeting. This woman, does she really want to get closer to Wallowa, or is this another trap? Looking at her, nothing is clear, so it was worth checking for sure. In fact, the lady was afraid to come empty-handed, so she took a gift with her. She shouldn't have done that, but the Duchess warned her, because she made it by hand, especially for her. The gift was tea made from Mariza flowers, which the maid had just brought. These were special flowers, but more fragrant flowers than these are usually added to tea. Of course, fragrant flowers for tea were good, but the lady especially liked this smell. The woman could drink without any problems because the flowers of the Mariza, unlike its roots, do not contain poison. And it was this maid who came with her and served tea who helped her with it. It was another plan to finally find out who was trying to kill her. Remembering how she was told to use the services of this particular maid if she needed anything. This is definitely the maid who knew the criminal, but now it will become known that Wallowa is looking for a killer with poison. But now it was more important to find the culprit, and not the intermediary, who had already been found. The Duchess ordered the tea to be brought quickly, which the maid did with fear because her hands were shaking. She knew that there was most likely poison inside, so she deliberately dropped the kettle from her hands. This was the only solution for her, because otherwise she could find out about everything. The maid immediately began to apologize to the Duchess after breaking the teapot. Even the Dowager Empress pretended to be concerned about the girl. But everything was fine, and fortunately the girl was not harmed by the tea that had just been spilled. Of course, she wanted to keep it for a long time, and it was a shame, but perhaps she should have changed before the next meeting. The Empress, of course, let the lady go, since she could not keep the busy man for long. In that case, the Duchess will take her leave. This was not the meeting she expected. The maid and the woman looked at the girl who had managed to get rid of the tea. After this meeting, everything fell into place, and it could be said with certainty that the criminal was the Dowager Empress. At this point, their conversation ended, and the Duchess hurried back to the palace. The lady should have thought about it all some more, because she definitely forced the maid to put poison in her food. But why would a woman need this, and at the same time constantly send her invitations? And most importantly, before the girl left for the palace, the Empress stopped her. She wanted to tell her to come to her if any problems suddenly appeared. He also advised not to trust the Emperor too much, otherwise he would deeply regret it. It was impossible to even imagine what she was thinking about all this time, and what those words meant. It would be nice to know why the Duchess controlled the Dowager Empress. But there was no record of this, so as a pretext for the expenditure of the treasury, she will be sent to execution. And since the lady knew who was behind this, she needed to be kept an eye on in the future. This is what the girl told herself yesterday, until the next day she saw a shocking picture. Right before her eyes, the Emperor was with one of the maids in the garden, and they were completely alone. From the outside, it looked like a secret date that no one was supposed to know about. It was the same maid who poisoned her tea, but why was she with the Emperor in such a place? Wallowa no longer understood at all what was happening around her. It all seemed like some kind of nonsense. First they tried to poison her, then the Empress, and now His Majesty with his maid. Although if you think about it, the main character and the woman in the portrait had the same hair color. Now it was clear which girls the Emperor liked the most. While she was thinking about this, the lady remembered the words of the Empress, which she had said before her departure. The Duchess shouldn't have trusted the Emperor so much. This phrase haunted her. In that case, it would now explain that His Majesty is now with that very servant. Apparently, the Emperor was the criminal all this time. It could not have been otherwise. Just the thought of this frightened the girl more than anything, because then he had already begun to get rid of her. She urgently needed to leave the palace at any cost, otherwise she would not survive, just like the original Wallowa. That is why the lady spent the whole night thinking about how to leave the palace without angering the Emperor. Carton sat in a chair and read the documents that the Duchess had just brought. She decided to go on a journey as a person devoted to him and the country. The lady wanted to go on a journey and explore the country. She herself was going to do this. The girl wanted to see what the entire treasury was spent on every day, which wasn't very good. Why didn't she say it was just about money? Wasn't everyone aware of the Duchess's obsession with money? Valoa really could not compare with the wisdom of His Majesty, and was surprised to herself that the treasury turned out to be her money. She wished she could just leave it all behind right now, but if she ran away without knowing the country, she would face death. It would have been better to get rid of all the interference in advance and then leave the empire with a clear conscience. She wanted His Highness to enjoy a more luxurious life than any other monarch. More than anything else on this journey, it will tell of His Majesty's deep love for the country. The girl will tell everyone about the outstanding emperor, who will remain in the history of the country for a long time. After these words, the atmosphere in the room became tense, as if the lady had said something wrong. Looking at the man, you could see anger on his face, but he didn't mind. And as soon as the Duchess raised her head, she realized that she had said something wrong, angering the emperor. Apparently she was mistaken, and he thought that the girl decided to make a sarcastic remark in this way. Before the man became even more angry, it was necessary to clear up the misunderstanding. Of course, even now he is an outstanding emperor, but the lady wanted to publicly show respect. The atmosphere was getting worse and worse, and apparently the girl's words weren't helping at all. After this, the man stood up from his chair, taking her by the chin, wanting to say something. Surprisingly, Carton allowed the Duchess to go on the so-called trip. The girl could do whatever she wanted this time. These words only created more questions. It turns out that it was always like this, and Wallowa could do whatever her heart desired. That same day, a carriage was prepared, into which the Duchess entered. His Majesty had been watching the lady all this time as she was about to leave. The man was clearly unhappy with the way the girl behaved and the fact that she was now leaving. He also remembered that very day when he stood in the garden in the middle of the night with the maid. Apparently that day the man noticed that they were being watched, and it was the Duchess. But he apparently had no time for this, because at that time he was with the maid. They talked about how the Emperor apparently wanted to get rid of the Duchess of Valoa. He knew how she felt. She could do anything for His Majesty. It was very funny, because she was not going to win his trust with a few tufts of grass. The maid now realized that Carton knew everything she had tried to do against the lady. At the end of their conversation, he ordered that the Dowager Empress be told that the Duchess's life was in his hands. And when the girl left, he thought only about this, apparently not wanting to let her go alone. After all, the Dowager Empress will clearly not sit idly by and will definitely try to kill Valoa again. That's why he released his Black Raven, who sat in the room and waited for this moment. Carton ordered to fly after the girl again and find out about all her actions outside the palace. He did not understand what the Duchess could have planned when she left the palace on some trip. The Raven was able to catch up with the carriage with the Duchess, who had already arrived at the right place a long time ago. She arrived with the guards to the lands of Hanya, where everything was blooming and green. There was a field of elderberries and also gooseberries. There were a lot of berries. For which the guy apologized, thinking that since there were a lot of them, it must have been bad. Although everything was completely different, the Duchess was simply delighted with such a number. Judging by the frightened face of Baron Hanye, one can understand what kind of reputation Wallowa had. She was undoubtedly the tyrant's evil right hand, but if this continues, it will be difficult. Once she entered this body and reached here, the lady could not leave empty-handed. In their days, every bakery had to have Baron Hanier berries, and developing this land was an excellent idea. Given the acidity of the soil, planting berry bushes was not a success. It was all the result of the Baron's efforts. In fact, starting this year, they plan to grow a new type of berry, blueberries, which have a sweet taste that goes well with jam. In the original, there were only a few scenes where the main character ate normally. The only scene where food was mentioned was not the most pleasant of all. Due to crop failure, the Emperor's wife was unable to eat blueberries, so she ordered Hania's head to be cut off. This is the blueberry production site where the Baron was beheaded for that reason. And the young guy had no idea about this at all, and simply conducted his business as best he could. He was a nice and kind man, and the lady was the only one who knew about blueberries. They were the people who were walking the path to execution, which she could not allow for him. That's why she said that if he goes to the southern continent next year with blueberry seedlings, he shouldn't have come back too quickly, but just rested, because when he returned, he would be executed. The Duchess was planning an expedition, inviting the Baron to go with her. If he agrees, the lady will inform about it in advance. All this time while Valoa was there, the raven was watching her. And having collected enough information, he could fly back to the emperor. When he had already arrived, the sky was gradually darkening and night was falling outside. As soon as the raven was already at the window, he screamed near it, trying to make himself noticed. And it worked. The man immediately went to open the window to listen to what was going on there. Surprisingly, the bird returned quickly, which means the Duchess had already shown something interesting. While Carton was closing the window behind him, he was already sitting on the table and doing something on it. He pointed with his beak at the inscriptions on the papers, telling what he could find out. It turned out that the Baron and the Duchess were together, which meant they were plotting something together. Of course, the man sent her to check the situation, and the pet did everything his own way. But in any case, what the bird learned turned out to be useful information. An unexpected expedition. Did the Duchess really decide to run away? Was there anything else that the raven couldn't find out? That is why His Majesty decided to find out everything personally, observing from the sidelines. He put on the cloak he had already prepared, apparently having been planning to follow Valoa for a long time. Even if the girl leaves, the contract must be respected in any case. The next day had already arrived, and the Duchess still remained on the lands of Chania. The girl had already woken up a long time ago and was talking with Eden about something when the Baron approached them. He wondered if she had slept well, and thanks to his care she had slept peacefully. Although in reality this was not at all the case, the girl could no longer say this to his face. She couldn't sleep all last night because of various client debts, including documents on tax evasion. And one of them was Hanye, a sweet and kind guy who promised to pay the taxes. Well, even if she didn't get enough sleep, it wasn't fatal. The main thing now was to secretly steal the ledger. But how to do this so that no one notices is not an easy task even for a baron. While Valoa was trying to come up with some kind of plan, she looked at the man, who noticed her gaze on him, and smiling, he looked straight at her. The man looked wonderful, and it seemed impossible to take your eyes off him. Whatever she was doing, her life was under threat every minute, and she didn't even think about it. While the girl was scolding herself for her irresponsibility, she smelled a strange odor. The Baron forgot to say that the quality of water in the estate had recently deteriorated completely. The river was in a terrible state. It had only recently started, with sewage flowing from the estate of the Marquis of Sherrington. But this is not such a big problem, so everything is fine, except that all the berries dried out because of this. Just one phrase about this scared the girl, because apparently this was the reason for the crop failure. This was completely abnormal, because these were the guy's precious berries. But he shouldn't have worried so much, because the lady was responsible for the country and would definitely be able to fix everything. So Duchess Valoa will definitely sort everything out and return the future to his berries. This whole conversation was observed by Carton, who was sitting in a tree where no one could notice him. Meanwhile, the crow apparently boasted that she had given the correct information and was right. Although this turned out to be completely wrong, it was not love, as the bird thought, but the most ordinary care. The crow continued to argue, but he was right, because if she had been in love, she would not have made such a face. The man was 100% sure of this, because he knew the Duchess better than anyone. They had known each other since childhood, and he couldn't get her look out of his head, nor the phrase that would make him emperor. These memories brought a lot of pain. It was so long ago that everything had already changed. And the Duchess was no longer the little girl she had been before. In any case, there was not a drop of love in those eyes, he could say that for sure. After some time, the girl finally left the lands of Chania and went to a new place. A magnificent dinner of various dishes was laid on the table, for which she thanked the host. She was at the estate of the Marquis of Sherrington, who had gone to such lengths only for the lady. They sat and feasted all this time, but there was still a tense atmosphere between them. There were a lot of different dishes on the table, but there was little meat, and the wine was of good quality. And with all this, the man was wearing far from cheap clothes, which only made him even more surprised. Apparently, the accounting book was wrong about his financial status. After all, how could the not-so-rich Marquis afford such a laid table and expensive clothes? In that case, it was worth throwing the bait right now to find out everything. And the question that she had to ask to find out at least some useful information was whether everything was well with him in the estate. There were problems. Because of every crop failure, it was very difficult to collect taxes from the residents. It turns out that the neighboring baron seemed to be managing his farm quite well. The same baron from the small estate where his berries grow well by the rivers. The Duchess managed to catch the Marquis with a bait. All that remained was to take the final steps to win his favor. So did he have any intention of monopolizing the berry business? This question about the berry business greatly shocked the Marquis, who did not expect it at all. The point was that these berries have very short roots and they love a lot of water. But where did the Marquis get so much clean water? Didn't they use water from the river that flows from them? They were robbers of their waters, in the man's opinion. Wasn't that obvious? Since the berry business was very profitable, it actually belonged to the Marquis. Therefore, if he wishes, he can restore his rights to this money. And of course, Sherrington wanted this, in which case the lady had a great idea for him. Then the baron will no longer be able to grow berries using the waters from the river, and he will easily succeed. Having a dam and at the same time getting a berry business, however, it was worth thinking carefully about her proposal. After all, the cost of the dam is quite high. Will Marquis, who has been trying to hide his debts for several years, be able to afford such large expenses for the construction of the dam? But he would have a chance to escape from his hard life. All it took was a few documents, and then the imperial family will be ready to give money at a small interest rate. This required a tax return, a list of assets owned by him and the source of his current income. As well as various statements about transactions, the man brought the Duchess all the necessary documents. These were all the documents she asked for, and as she knew, their situation was not the best. But these were clearly not all the documents the lady asked for. The man was definitely hiding something. Isn't that why he made money from another country in such a dishonest way? The man was shocked that the girl had somehow managed to find out about this. He tried to play the fool until the very end, until Eden handed the lady a book with documents. Only then did the Marquise realize that she now had his secret document in her hands. Valois specifically began to read out in front of him that the largest foreign investment funds, as well as illegal gambling houses, were from him. Didn't he even send this profit back to Iceland, but rather took it all for himself? What will happen if His Majesty the Emperor finds out about this? In that case, he will definitely not live. Now this was exactly what the girl wanted, to put pressure on the Marquis and get some benefit from it. That's why she had an interesting proposal for him that could help him. After all, even smart people commit such illegal actions, and it was normal. She will give him money to build a dam, but he will have to pay taxes. Taxes that he hasn't paid for all this time, or rather, only half of that amount. And then the man will hand over to her all the funds that he dishonestly took from Iceland. It was a good offer, then no one would know about his deeds, not even the ruler himself. It was a good conversation from which the lady received excellent benefit, and now she could leave. The money had been received. All that remained was to finish the rest of the work that she had left. All that remained was to hope that everything else would go as smoothly as it had begun. But of course, days will never be calm for the Duchess. The lady got out of the carriage to find out what had happened, but it turned out that the road was too rough. They couldn't go any further, and that's why the guard brought a horse for her. This horse was the most reliable of all they had. Valois didn't expect this at all, as she had never ridden a horse in her life. She was a modern person, a 21st century person, and she had never sat on a horse. No matter who asked, had she ever touched a horse. The girl hoped that the guard would say something, but he only told her that she loved to travel. The guy hadn't seen her on horseback for a long time. It was a complete failure, but it was worth a try. As soon as she started to climb, it was as if her body itself climbed onto the horse. It was so natural, as if the lady had been doing this all her life. The Duchess's body remembered everything. In that case, since everything is already going so well, there shouldn't be any problems with the trip. But as soon as she thought about it, everything went terribly wrong again, and the horse began to behave very strangely. It was as if he went berserk and began to behave uncontrollably. The horse immediately ran off in some unknown direction, and all the guards were shocked by this. All this time, the Duchess tried to somehow stop the maddened horse. But she couldn't do anything with him. He didn't want to obey her at all. And at the same time he did whatever he wanted, he had to figure out what to do now. Suddenly, the horse began to lose its balance because it was running too fast. The girl already thought that she would die just like that, just riding a horse. Suddenly, a man in a cloak was rushing towards her. He was also on a horse and was clearly heading towards Valois. He managed to grab the lady's horse by the belt, stopping the mad horse. The girl had already come to terms with her death, so she didn't expect anyone to help her. Now the horse finally calmed down and no longer rushed somewhere into the forest. And the man walking next to her explained that one should never let go of the reins. It was dangerous to still be on such a crazy horse, so the man helped her off. All this was observed by a black crow, which arrived together with the man in the cloak. The lady was able to survive only thanks to him, so she wanted to repay him for saving her. She wanted to know his name, but he just happened to be passing by and saw her horse go wild, so it wasn't worth it. Anyone would have done the same in his place at that time the man was examining the horse. And the reason for such madness turned out to be that there was a large shard of glass lying under the saddle, which injured him. It was this piece that caused such crazy behavior. It was definitely not an accident. It seemed like someone was trying to kill her again, which was already annoying and becoming more and more frightening with each passing day. While the lady was talking to the stranger, guards, who were worried about her, managed to run up to them. She explained that thanks to this young man, she was okay, so they should thank him. It was the fault of one of the guards, so the Duchess had to punish him. But it was enough to blame someone for this. The horse simply behaved strangely, and that's all, even though there was a reason for it. The girl tried to hide the presence of glass that was under the horse's saddle until the very end. While Eden was talking to her, he noticed that Valoa was shivering, and he thought it was probably because of the cold. So he decided to throw his jacket on her so that she could warm up, which was nice of him. The man also noted that the girl didn't look well and clearly needed a little rest. She couldn't refuse such an offer because she was truly exhausted that day. Therefore, closer to night, a camp was already set up, at least some kind of fire was lit and tents were pitched. The Duchess sat in her already set up tent and looked at the glass that they had found under the horse's saddle. This piece of glass, someone deliberately planted it so that the girl would die on this trip. It seemed like it was planned, but who would want her dead, especially in a place like this? The girl went on an excursion to avoid assassination in the imperial palace. He should now be with her. At this point, the dove that the lady had taken with her on her journey began to behave very strangely. But this strange behavior was justified, because behind her was the very source of the bird's panic. It was Eden who stood behind the lady and held a sword in his hands. Apparently it was he, the man who tried to kill her on horseback. Luckily, the Duchess was able to dodge his blow, which was quite difficult. She ran to the exit, wanting to call at least one of the guards who should be outside. The lady didn't understand why he was attacking her, but it didn't matter. Now she needed to run outside. But the man didn't let her do this. He threw the lady to the floor right at the entrance to the tent, holding a sword to her throat. Now the girl was in a hopeless situation and could only hope that someone would help her. The Duchess of Valoa was right after all. Instead of feeling sorry for others, she should have trusted the Duchess's decision. And kill Eden, because now he will apparently become her new method of death. The girl was stupid and would have done better to act like the Duchess of Valoa rather than regret her decision now. Will a fool like her be able to escape her fate and not die like the original? And to her luck, someone came to her aid. It was the same man in the cloak who burst into the lady's tent. He struck at Eden, drawing his dagger and preparing to strike to incapacitate his attacker. But to his regret, the man was no newbie and was able to dodge the coming blow. He certainly didn't expect that anyone would be able to come to the girl's aid, and he certainly didn't count on a fight. Therefore, as soon as the opportunity arose, the guard tried to escape from Carton. The man definitely had no intention of letting Eden go, but he didn't react to it that quickly. Therefore, when the guard had already run out of the tent and the man was also about to follow him, he was not allowed. The Duchess grabbed him by the cloak, saying that he would not run into the dark forest, but would head towards the carriage. Valoa asked only one thing when he caught him. She asked only not to kill him, because she needed to ask something. After these words, the man in the cloak ran after the guard, who had already managed to run away from the tents. And after a while he was caught. As the lady asked, he did not kill Eden, but simply caught him. As it turns out, he knocked out the guards, so they better be careful, because he is a dangerous person. Now it was clear why no one came to her aid when the guard attacked her in the tent. She would have torn out all of his gray hair because she was helping him, and he treated her so meanly. But now was clearly not the time to get angry or yell at him. The lady needed to know something. As soon as the girl knelt down to be on the same level, she wanted to know why he attacked her. She knew him better than anyone else and knows that a man would not do such a thing to her. The Duchess needed to find out who ordered him to kill her, because he could not come to this conclusion on his own. And if he doesn't answer, the lady will have no choice but to send him into custody. But Eden refused to tell who had persuaded him to kill Valoa, so the guards took him away. Considering the whole situation, the man in the cloak who helped capture the guard suggested killing him immediately. Yes, he was right, but whatever her excuse, the lady did not want to kill people on her own accord. Because she didn't want to become the real Duchess of Waloa, which is why she refused such an offer. At the same time, he once again thanked the man, revealing his identity, that it was the Emperor. Once he realized that there was no point in hiding any longer, he decided to take off his hood. As expected, nothing could be hidden from the Duchess's eyes, and she was able to guess. They stood like that for some time and said nothing. Only the sound of leaves and wind could be heard. Only then did the Duchess decide to thank the Emperor again for his help to her today. But he had already told her that there was no need to worry about it, and yet, would she reconsider her decision? Carton suggested killing here right now, but the law and rules were created for everyone, and they are also the same for them. It was a direct hint that Eden should not be killed, no matter how much one wanted to do so. Because of this, the man was about to leave, since his part of the work was done, but the woman stopped him. After all, it's already dark, and today the lady almost died twice, and the day is not over yet. They could have attacked a third time. If she dies, then their contract will be invalid. Instead of wandering back and forth, it would be better to stay until the morning. The man was very surprised by her invitation. She even took his cloak, not wanting to let go. It was the first time in a long time that the Duchess herself asked him to stay with her. And after some time, the Emperor finally agreed to stay with the lady for the night. She invited him into her tent. Knowing that he would come, she would prepare the best tent for him. The tent only had her bed and that was all, but he liked it, which couldn't be said about Waloa. But what should they do in this case, since there was only one bed, and sleeping in the same bed together was wrong? His Majesty looked wonderful as soon as he unbuttoned his shirt. It was impossible to take your eyes off him. And as soon as the girl realized that she was looking at him, she did not understand why she had been doing this all this time. She remembered that no woman would pass by him without attention, and apparently no lady either. The Duchess couldn't allow this to happen, so she decided to sleep on the floor. It was the most terrible situation in her life. The lady would freeze on the cold floor, which is what happened. If you sit like this, you can freeze to death and her death will be so stupid. Whether she would withstand such a test, the Duchess was sure that the bed was now very warm. Not like on her floor, where even a blanket didn't help, but there was nothing to be done. All that was left was to endure the night. It was at this moment that His Majesty got out of bed, because something had been bothering him greatly all this time. The lady thought that it was because of her that he stood up. Apparently it was too noisy, but that was not the problem at all. He wanted the girl to finally lie down on the bed and not freeze on the floor like she was now. The man grabbed her and threw her onto the bed, indicating that she should sleep in it instead of him. Not wanting to hear her whine because she was cold or sick, so let her just sleep peacefully. The girl beamed with happiness, because now she was under a warm blanket, but where would His Majesty sleep? His body also needs to rest, but unlike Waloa, he is used to these conditions and it will be much easier for him to sleep on the floor. But the Duchess did not want to calm down and accept such an answer, which only caused more problems for the man. So if she was so worried they could sleep together, a suggestion she hadn't expected. But Carton had already decided everything for the lady and began to climb onto the bed. The bed was quite wide, especially for one, since the Duchess was so worried about him. His Majesty thought that she would be upset if they lay down together, but apparently he was wrong. But if the girl wants to sleep on the floor again, he won't stop her this time. It was a tough choice for Valoa, as the two balls on the scale were level. But still, the decision to stay in bed and sleep with Carton won out over the cold floor. In that case, the lady apologized for tonight because it looked a little strange. The Duchess could not sleep because she realized that she was now lying next to Carton and had understood everything completely differently. Much time had passed and it was gradually beginning to dawn, which could be seen through the tent. And the man began to wake up because of the light, because the sun was shining in his face, which prevented him from sleeping. After a short time, he was already fully awake and trying to understand what was happening around him. And a girl was sleeping on it, slightly hugging the man. It was unusual and even warmed the soul. The lady was having some dreams, and she was muttering something incomprehensible in her sleep about a warm fireplace. He looked at her and did not understand at all what she could have been dreaming about. Didn't she want to help the Baron, who was of no use now? And disagreements with Marquis Sherrington, what kind of agreement they had, questions became more and more. If he were in their place, she definitely wouldn't have helped him, which means she was definitely pursuing some of her own goals. What could the lady have been thinking about that would even decide to do such things? Meanwhile, the sun was also shining over the palace of the Dowager Empress and illuminating everything around. The woman received a letter. It was from the Marquis of Sherrington. It said that he would give the money he collected to Alina Valoa. As the woman read the letter from such a stupid man as he, she couldn't help but smile. After all, it seems the Duchess loves money too much, since she has already taken on the Marquis. The maid, who was standing nearby and heard everything, offered to tell them not to give the money. But do they have another option? So let them just do everything as ordered, and the Empress decided to burn the letter that she was holding. Their next destination, the Duchess said, was the territory of Count Hefban. And even in this territory, there were people who were on their side, so it was necessary to inform them so that they would prepare for the meeting. The Dowager Empress did not think that they would become enemies. Besides, they said that Carton had gone somewhere far away on business. Already thinking that he had left the capital unattended, he appointed a man in his place and went to look for the woman who had run away from him. How can an idiot like him even occupy the throne when it was not his place to begin with? If only the woman's son had been alive, everything would have been completely different, and she would not have had to deal with this. At this time, in the Duchess's tent, the sun illuminated everything that existed and was high in the sky. Because of this, the girl slowly began to wake up, because it was already quite a long time. As soon as she stood up, she immediately realized that His Majesty had already left long ago and left her alone, which was good. She definitely won't be able to sleep normally because there's someone else lying next to her, like a man. When Valoa finally stood up, she immediately started eating the birds, which had been wanting to eat for a long time. It's a pity that they can't eat well yet, so they'll have to make do with what they have, which was just ordinary cereal. At this time, Carton entered the tent and was surprised that she had even brought birds to such a cold place. But it wasn't that simple, because there was a stove for them under the blanket, and she couldn't leave them like that in such cold. These words sounded like some kind of humiliation, because if he had known about the stoves, they would not have slept together so stupidly. The lady thought that he was so angry because he had not slept well the previous night, but it would not happen again. He didn't want to listen to any excuses from her, so since the morning had already arrived, he would go about his business. The Duchess was then taken care of by her guards, who did not do a very good job at night, leaving her alone. Alina didn't understand where the man could be in such a hurry, but it didn't matter anymore. They would see each other later. Those very affairs of the Emperor were an ordinary drinking party in some noisy bar where everyone drank to the bottom. And of course, Carton also participated in this under the guise of an ordinary peasant, so as not to frighten people and not stand out. The men who watched him only praised him for the way he drank, because he had no problems with alcohol. After the last mug was drunk, a girl approached the Emperor, who was seeing his face for the first time. He was brought here by the search for a beautiful girl, because girls in the capital were no longer so interesting. Of course, it was a lie, so as not to be discovered, but the lady was persistent and offered to spend the night with her. Because some unknown person was watching the man, which could not go unnoticed. He had no choice but to play along with his new role in this bar. Therefore, Carton will be only too happy to spend the night with this girl as she wanted. But as soon as they entered the room, the man threw the drunk girl, who was already asleep, onto the bed. He sat down next to her on the bed, not understanding why his plan, what he had come up with, had not worked as it should. In any case, the lady was asleep, which was already good because now he wouldn't have to do anything with her. The very stranger in the cloak who was following him was from the Dowager Empress, and since the surveillance of him had stopped, he would go and report everything to her. All of this was already getting very annoying. After all, how much longer must he live like this, hiding behind the image of a man who is ready to climb into bed with any girl? Much time had passed since His Majesty had left on business, and night was falling. The guards were on their knees, apologizing to the Duchess for something, even though they were badly wounded. It turns out that Sir Eden, who was chained for his crime, somehow managed to escape, wounding everyone. Since he was a talented knight, ordinary soldiers were unable to resist him. Should they form a search party to look for him, but looking at the wounded guards, it was difficult to answer right away. This guy still managed to escape from Carton's hands, so it's a miracle that no one was seriously hurt at his hands. That's why the original Valoa said that Eden should be killed, which was the right decision in a way. But the girl did not want to listen to the original lady at all, because she could not do such a thing. Therefore, she ordered to postpone the pursuit and to start treating the wounded, providing them with first aid until they arrived at the nearest village. And after some time, first aid was provided to all the guards who needed it, and they went to the village. After some time, they were already in the village, and since it was small, it was the only place where outsiders could stay. It was good. The main thing was that there was a bed and a bath, and it was also worth allocating rooms for the wounded. After these words, the guards could not listen any longer. Feeling guilty before the Duchess, they knelt down on one knee. This could have reopened their wounds, but they had no time for that, because they had let the killer escape, so it was worth punishing them. Their job was to keep her safe, and it's only because of that they're crazy. But if the girl didn't tell them anything, her dignity as a duchess would be lost, so it was worth scaring them. Punishment would come upon their return to the imperial palace, so they should not repeat this mistake again. This is what they wanted to hear. Their hearts would not be calmed by these words, so the lady believed in their devotion to her. The guards should not have delayed any longer and should have finally focused on treatment. Once all the problems had been resolved, the owner showed the Duchess's room. She was at the end of the second floor. As soon as Valoa entered, she would immediately wash herself and go to bed. There was a bar on the ground floor of this hotel. It was very noisy, but it was better than the tents. As they walked down the corridor, Carton burst out of the room shouting that the water was terribly cold and he needed warm water. The lady and the man did not expect at all that His Majesty would leave the room wearing only a towel. It wasn't the best sight, and as soon as Alina called out to Carton, he realized what had happened. The Duchess was also in the same hotel, which he certainly didn't expect, which is why he behaved so recklessly. The manager, embarrassed, immediately rushed to fill the bathtub with warm water while the lady was still standing. Confused, she, just like the man, did not expect to see him in such a place. But His Majesty had no time for this, because in the room from which he came out there was some girl lying. Valoa managed to see her chestnut hair, understanding what type he was, but it seems there was a misunderstanding. She was just sleeping. The man tried to prove to her that he really hadn't done anything to her, and that the woman was just sleeping, which the Duchess didn't believe at all. He pinned her down, explaining that he was only trying to match her excellent performance. Carton had already started shouting at the lady because she still refused to believe his words, even though they were true. But the girl did not understand at all what he was talking about. This was all because she did not know what happened in the past. What he must have said, apparently, was about their contract, which Alina knew nothing about. If we continued the conversation like this, everything would only worsen the current situation, because it was already late, and it was time to go to bed and rest. The lady was terribly tired and wanted to go to bed as soon as possible. The man realized that she was simply changing the subject, and still did not believe him. The Emperor was no longer in the mood for jokes and was terribly angry, because he would never betray Eleanor. Eleanor, he was apparently talking about the very woman who was in the portrait and the lady found in some book. A tyrant who changes women every day, but still continues to love only one woman. And all this was just because of one person who gave him no other choice, which was the Duchess of Waloa. Carton continued to hover over the girl until she finally said something, but realizing to whom he was making excuses, he decided to let this situation go, not wanting to continue this circus any longer. He decided to go to the ladies' room as she advised, to go to bed and rest after such a hard day. After asking him to forgive her, as she could see, his bed was already occupied by some woman. If she wanted, he could give her one side of the bed and go to bed just like last night. This is exactly what the lady tried to avoid with all her might, but the man had already entered her room, slamming the door. Yesterday it was terribly cold, that's why they were light together, but today, so what? But there was still nothing to do. They still went to bed together on a small bed, but His Majesty could not sleep as he had yesterday. He got up in the middle of the night, making sure that the girl had already been asleep for a long time, and sat on the bed as if waiting for something. It turned out that all this time he had been waiting for his pet, namely the raven, who brought him a note. Taking the paper from the bird's beak, it contained information about the escape of a criminal, wounded soldiers, and emergency treatment. This means that all this time, while the man was relaxing in the bar, he was watching them and now reporting on everything. He didn't know why the lady suddenly decided to help the wounded. It was not at all like the Duchess he knew. Carton looked at how the girl was now sleeping soundly, and again muttering something in her sleep. She tried again to find in her dreams the fireplace that warmed her so well on cold nights, until this fireplace did not like it at all. In the morning, they left the hotel and headed to their next destination, which was Count Hefbon's territory. It was a great honor for the Count to have known the Duchess of Valois for such a long period. The road must have been difficult for them, which the man noted well, so he asked them to go further. And so they did, the girl with His Majesty who was still hiding under his cloak. As they walked behind Hefban, His Majesty noticed some things he shouldn't have known about, for example, that the soldiers were bandaged. But the knights, most likely, still missed the killer. And what's more, he was safe and sound compared to them. The lady understood that this conversation was inevitable, but it was still useful to them, so she kept him close. Carton didn't even know that the Duchess was such a merciful person that she decided not to kill the criminal. Because of this conversation, they had to stop, leaving the Count ahead until he noticed it. He turned to the hooded guy, not knowing that he was the Emperor. He ordered him to take the horse and go to the stable, and not to hang around. Gefban spoke to him as if he were an ordinary servant, not yet knowing that he was His Majesty. Of course, this tone did not suit him, but it was impossible to execute the Count, who would defend the border if he died. That's why the lady decided to take full care of the horse herself, fearing that Carton might lose his temper and do something stupid. She shouldn't have been doing this kind of work, but she valued this horse so much that she wanted to take care of it herself. The man backed down since the girl insisted on it so much, so there was no need to worry about it. Once this problem was solved, they moved on, calling to Carton, who was still standing in the same place. And so, after long corridors, they entered the Count's domain, which resembled an ice palace. Even though they were indoors, it was very cold in here, which was noticeable immediately upon entering. The place they were walking through was built like a fortress, so it was colder here than in other castles. The Count, of course, noticed that the lady was cold, so much so that he could not suggest that they take off their outer clothing. Why did he cling to Carton so much? She has to save the Count many lives because of his words. Okay, Carton was unlikely to do anything wrong now. It was time to change the subject immediately. So Valois decided to ask Gefban about the castle, because it was so big, but few people used it. It was simple. He liked the silence, so he deliberately reduced the number of people in this place. But for some reason, he looked so much like a man who decided to call support and ask for help. Then it was time to try out the skills the girl had acquired at the call center. There was no time to waste. Sweet, working smile and all set, like a duchess, she came to him to sort out the difficulties of his domain. If he has any problems, then you should say so and not be shy. There was no need to worry about him so much. The earls are simply doing their job, as they have done for generations. But every territory the lady has passed through has had its problems. There was a serious problem with agriculture in Hongji due to the pollution of the river, and Marquis Schering had many of his own concerns, with big problems. How difficult is it to manage such a large and dangerous territory, and finally, he couldn't take it anymore. The man had one problem since the beginning of the year. Local residents began to disappear one after another. The Duchess did not expect such an answer at all, because where could ordinary residents disappear to, except to simply move? It wasn't that simple. They were allegedly kidnapped and disappearing. The number of missing people has already reached hundreds, and this is just in the last month. Now the girl finally understood everything. Hundreds of people were kidnapped, and this is where the story begins. To add to the darker tone, this world was home to a thriving slave trade that secretly kidnapped people. Due to the tyrant's connivance, the slave trade grew in scale, and eventually the people of the empire could no longer bear it and rebelled, ending with the empire falling into decline after the war with Estland. Valois didn't expect the story to unfold right now, so she'll look into it. These words were like a ray of light that the Duchess would personally take action in this. But how could it be otherwise? Because the Count's task is to carry out an important mission to protect the border. As the empire approaches its downfall, her lifeline gets shorter, so she needs to slow down the original story as much as possible to buy time to escape safely. If this happens, then she will cut off the slave trade at its roots. Having agreed, they entered the dining room. The Count ordered the best alcohol to be brought to the Duchess, but the evening had only just begun, and it was already a bit early for alcohol. But there was no point in refusing so much if you don't drink on such a nice day, when you can still drink. The girl still refused, because she had not yet recovered from the sea. That's how it was that such an old man could not immediately understand the lady's feelings. So Gefban ordered the guy in the cloak who was standing nearby to come over and pour the Duchess some alcohol. After all, it's much nicer when a tall guy courts you than an old man like him. It was so pleasant that it seemed the girl would die of fear because she was terrified when he approached her. So the Duchess said she wanted him to pour her some alcohol, which was absolutely not the case. There was a misunderstanding. The Count saw that the man who was supposed to pour the alcohol was not very pleasant, and the lady clearly did not like being around him. Still, he wanted him to take off his cape in the house, but this guy looks much better in a cape. But it was somehow strange not to see his face, which was, on the contrary, for the better, because behind the cloak was a tyrant. The girl couldn't stand it any longer, because with each passing minute the conversation became more and more tense. So, at the cost of her reputation, the lady decided to tell everyone that she has a fetish for the jawline. Everyone who was in the dining room at that moment, such as the servants and maids, found out about this fetish. And also the Count himself, who was shocked by this news, like everyone else, but it was necessary. A deathly silence fell over the room, as everyone was surprised and didn't even know what to say to such an interesting fetish. The Duchess wanted to die from such shame, and if you think about it, the man has not yet fully introduced himself. His Majesty, who was already holding a bottle of wine, tried to think of what to answer Gefban. While the lady was almost crying with shame, His Majesty finally came up with the idea that his name was Camines. This name was not chosen at random, and the Emperor was waiting for the girl to pay attention to this name. And as soon as she heard this name, she immediately understood why he called himself Camines. It's all because when she slept with him, the lady called him a fireplace in her sleep, and he decided to introduce himself that way. It was an unusual name, for even the Count had never heard of such names anywhere, while the man was pouring wine into a glass. And as soon as it was filled enough, the man placed it on the Duchess's table. He continued Gefban's phrase that his name was unusual, so he hoped that the lady would not forget it. It was so romantic that it was impossible to take your eyes off such an attractive man. At that moment, time seemed to stand still, and breathing became more and more difficult for the lady. A blush was visible on the Duchess's face. How could one not be embarrassed by such sweet words? Which is why the girl decided to drink the entire glass of wine that had just been poured in one gulp. She put down her glass and her heartbeat quickened, apparently because she could already see her name on the board on the list of those to be executed. This was all very important, but as soon as the glass was empty, the lady realized that she had already tried this wine somewhere. But she couldn't remember where exactly, after which the lady didn't have time to realize how drops of blood fell on the table. As soon as Carton noticed that the lady had become ill, it was already too late and he could not do anything to prevent it. Meanwhile, blood slowly flowed down the girl's lips, dripping onto the table, right onto the food that had not yet been eaten. The moment a few drops of scarlet liquid fell from his lips again, he realized the seriousness of the situation. The Duchess was already covered in her own blood, not understanding what was happening to her. And just moments later, Valoa began to slowly fall to the floor, losing consciousness from the wine she had drunk. His Majesty could not allow her death, immediately rushing to her as soon as she began to fall. Alina fell. The wine that the man served turned out to be poisoned, right in the drink, which no one could have expected. Especially Count Hefban, who was terribly frightened by the fact that the girl died after this. But he ordered them to shut up and call the doctors, sending them to the Duchess's room, and also to interrogate everyone in the castle to find the culprit. Of course, if he doesn't want to be accused of this murder, which could easily be done. The Count immediately ordered the servants to immediately lock the gates. Anyone who touched the wine was to be detained. His Majesty carefully carried the lady in his arms, taking her to her room, which had been assigned to her upon her arrival. This whole situation with Alina's poisoning and probable death violated their long-standing contract. The only thing that worried the man was that he had not managed to take everything he could get from her, and there was still a lot of it. As soon as he reached the right room, because his hands were busy with the lady, he kicked the door. After this, the man quickly entered the room and carefully laid the girl on the bed. He watched as all the life gradually drained out of the Duchess, which was terrifying to watch. There was only one option left to try to save her. Carton's blood could neutralize the poison to some extent. Biting her lip, scarlet blood flowed from it. There was no time to delay and let the lady take it. The man gently kissed Elena, letting her take his blood, all just for the sake of saving her. His Majesty hoped that everything would work out and she would be able to get out of this state. But all that was left was to wait and hope, because his blood might not even help the Duchess. The girl had no choice to die or stay alive. She had to survive. For if she died, her body would not go to the temple, but would remain to rot like a criminal, so she could not die without his permission. A lot of time passed from the moment the lady was poisoned and lost consciousness, and night fell. By this time, the doctor had arrived and was examining the girl, which was not as easy as it seemed. But looking at her condition and taking into account all the facts, the man could do nothing to help her. There was no hope. She had already taken more than a lethal dose of Marisa, and at the moment, it was useless. His Majesty should have prepared himself for the worst outcome, but he did not want to agree to it. Carton angrily threw out this worthless doctor, who could not help the Duchess, not wanting to see him. The man couldn't stand idle, so he decided to check the girl's condition himself, which wasn't getting any better. He understood better than anyone that it would be difficult for the Duchess to survive in such conditions, but she had to stop this and get up. While Carton was trying to convey these words to her, as if the lady would now hear and do anything, he noticed that there was blood on her shirt, which stained the snow-white shirt. It looked unbecoming for a Duchess, and the man could not look at it, wanting to change her clothes. He wandered around the room, trying to find the box with clothes, because they were somewhere in this room. There were a lot of places where it could be, and it was very difficult to find the right box or luggage. But it is still possible that while the man was walking, he noticed a very familiar suitcase that attracted his attention. Approaching it, the Emperor opened it in the hope of finding a change of clothes, which the girl had surely brought with her. But what he saw there first was not clothes at all, but something else. Carton took the thing out of the suitcase, not understanding why it was in such a place. Much time passed since then. Morning came and the sun rose over the empire. The Duchess was unconscious the whole day, and only in the morning did she finally open her eyes. My head was splitting after such a crazy day last year, which wasn't even surprising. And the first thing that happened, as soon as this was noticed, was a man who was surprised by this approached her, although there was anger written all over his face, which was not surprising after what he found in the suitcase. He handed the very thing he had found that night to the Duchess, who had just woken up. This was what she feared most, that he would one day find it on her. It was the same portrait that she found in some book at the Duchess's, but how did it end up in Carton's hands? The girl thought that this portrait was somehow connected with the contract, and therefore she carried it with her secretly. But the man never heard from her the answer he had been waiting for since the night when he saw the girl's portrait. The lady didn't even know what to say, because if she made even the slightest mistake, she would be executed on the spot. So she decided to lie to him that she wanted to remember what Eleanor looked like. Even His Majesty understood how stupid it sounded, but these words only made him more angry. Because of which he already started shouting at the Duchess, how could she say that she wanted to remember her? He no longer understood what the girl was saying, because who did she think Eleanor was, so he ordered her to answer immediately. The Dowager Empress's maid and the original's main character had hair the same color as the girl in the portrait. If she is a valuable person who is connected to the contract, then she could be His Majesty's beloved. After this answer, the man finally gave her the portrait that he had previously taken from the suitcase. There was no point in him interrogating Lady Valoa now, wishing her to continue to rest. After which he left the Duchess's room, leaving her alone, although he himself no longer understood anything. The number of questions grew more and more every day, making my patience less and less. How could she say that Eleanor was his lover, although this was not true at all? Apparently the girl is really not herself after the poisoning, and she really needs to rest. Not only did she help the Baron of the Poor Lands, which was already surprising on her part, she also saved Sir Eden from death, although she herself ordered him to be killed because he was the Empress's rat. And with all this, she did not punish with death the knights who let her own killer escape. It was as if she were a person who had lost her memory and now acted like a completely new person. In that case, if she doesn't remember Eleanor, then she must have forgotten the contents of the contract. Now might be his last chance to get his mother back before the lady remembered everything. A little time passed after His Majesty left the Duchess's room, but something was already happening there. Count Hefban was told that the girl remained alive, which made him unable to hold back his tears of joy. He was so worried when the doctor said that she would never come to and might die. Considering the amount of blood she vomited then, it was good that she was able to open her eyes. But the fact that the lady survived must be due to the abilities of the Duchess of Wallowa. She was a great person after all, but that wasn't the whole conversation with the Count. After all, Alina might not believe it, but he has nothing to do with what happened. So it wasn't she who worried him. How could she treat him with respect after that, when she already knew about it? If the girl dies in this castle, then only the Count will be executed, and he will not gain anything. She was right, but what happened to the people who touched the wine was the only question that remained. It turned out that they were locked in the basement. She shouldn't worry, because he would find the culprit, even if it meant breaking a few bones. But there was no need for this. In that case, how was it possible to catch the criminal then? Gefban should have spread false information by saying that the Duchess of Wallowa had died. Rumors spread very quickly, and everyone was already saying that the Duchess had died. The doctor said the same thing. She drank twice the lethal dose of poison, but if it became known that she died, then the maids would die too. So they had to watch their language. They were discussing all this as they passed the lady's room. And of course, she was eavesdropping all this time, trying to figure out if the rumors had spread enough. Having made sure that the maids had already gone far away, the girl left her room. Unfortunately, they ended at the most interesting point, which was a shame, but nothing could be done. But she was terribly bored hiding in this room like this, and it was also terribly cold in it. The Duchess remained in the attic to hide from everyone that she was alive, which was difficult. And on top of all that, she hadn't seen Carton since yesterday, after that awkward conversation about Eleanor. He seemed to have disappeared or guessed about the contract, but before she had time to think about it, the man came to her with a tray. The man thought that the lady was already dying of hunger, so he brought food, which was better to do now while it was warm. It was surprising on his part, because he had been acting very strange after yesterday, but it was still worth getting to know him better, so she decided to ask if he would eat. But who would eat dog food anyway? It was humiliating, but she realized that he was the same as always. A lot of time passed after this conversation, and in the middle of the night, the girl was already woken up, not allowing her to sleep. As soon as the lady woke up, she did not understand at all what was happening and why Carton was waking her up in the middle of the night. They needed to go somewhere, but it was better to go during the day, but she was the person who supposedly died from poison. That's why I couldn't walk freely around the palace during the day. People wouldn't like that very much. As they walked along the long, gloomy corridors, the lady felt terribly cold, and the man already knew the solution to this problem. He threw the skin of some bear that was hanging on the wall over the Duchess. She didn't understand why she needed this skin, because it was already too much. But she simply did not understand that in this way His Majesty was trying to take care of her. Meanwhile, while they were arguing, the man looked into one of the open windows. Wherever on the street you could see a person trying to hide at night, he was the culprit. This man was the old butler who was with the Count at the banquet. They had to hurry and catch him, but they couldn't catch up if they went down the stairs. But how could one catch up with him in that case, since the only option was up the stairs? Carton didn't think so. He grabbed the Duchess in his arms and jumped out of the window with her. And just a few moments later they landed gently on the ground, but that was enough for the girl. Although the target was still trying to escape, His Majesty threw the bearskin at it. Now the girl was in the cold again, and did not understand at all what was happening. Of course, the butler couldn't help but notice that something strange was approaching him. But as soon as he turned around, because it was dark outside, it seemed to him that a real bear was flying towards him. He certainly didn't expect such a sight, so he screamed out of fear across the street as loudly as he could. After the culprit was caught, he was immediately taken to the Count, who was already shouting at the old man. The butler tried to somehow convince the lady and shift the blame onto the Count, but everything was fair. After all, if Hefban had provoked her, why then would he have sent out a letter saying that she had died? Since they were in the same palace, it would be better to tell them all about it in person. But this is all because the Count was in collusion with a high-ranking nobleman in the capital. They all continued to argue, trying to prove that they were right, that they were not guilty, although everything was already clear. While they were shouting for so long, His Highness entered the office and said that it was very noisy here, and he did not come empty-handed. The search of the room was completed, and all the false documents were carefully hidden. As soon as the girl took the documents in her hands, she smelled some aroma that she had already smelled somewhere. There was no doubt who could have done it, but there was no need to rush so much, so the next day arrived. At this time, a banquet was taking place in the imperial palace, where gossip about the official document was already flying in full swing. No one could believe that the Duchess of Waloa was dead, and there were even rumors that she had been poisoned. The lady drank alcohol that had been laced with poison, and no one would wish such a death on anyone. While all the guests at the banquet were discussing only Alina's death, the emperor himself came to them. He was also interested in which version they found most interesting, since there were already quite a lot of them. In the morning they received news of the Duchess's death, and that was what they were all talking about. The death of the Duchess, interesting rumors, but this was completely different from what the man knew. It would have been better to ask the culprit of the rumors directly about this rather than guess. And it was after these words, as if expecting them, that a girl entered the hall, who was more alive than all the living. All the guests who came were horrified by this face. They no longer understood what was actually happening. The Duchess of Waloa greeted all those who thought she was long dead. No one understood how the girl managed to get to this place, because everyone had already been told that she was dead. A little time passed, and Waloa had already completed her expedition, only thanks to the grace of His Majesty. Wherever she went, people did nothing but talk about the Emperor, and she could not hide her joy. But in one place she still managed to experience this awkward situation. But what is this thing? These words managed to attract attention and intrigue everyone, because someone was trying to poison her. Poison. But who dared to do such a thing? The Emperor's acting was wonderful. This most terrible poisoning situation occurred on the territory of Count Hefban. After these words, the Count and his servant were led into the hall to everyone, showing the criminals. At that moment, the guests began to whisper among themselves that Gefban was to blame for this. The same one who guards the border. Who knows, maybe he harbored a grudge against the Duchess while she was in the county. This was an attempt to poison the Prime Minister of the Empire. Their heads had to be cut off immediately. In part, the man was right. His Majesty had not executed anyone for a long time and would not be against such a thing. Didn't the Duchess know about everything? It was unfair, in which the man was right, because he had nothing to do with what happened. The man who poisoned the drink was the Count's butler. If he wanted to kill her, he would not have used a servant on his own territory. That's why the girl asked everyone present to pay attention to her. The butler used a pigeon to communicate with the person who gave the order. This means that this bird also sent false information that it had died. But it seems they really thought that Alina had died, even though they only received the official letter yesterday. True, they found out about her death after they received the letter, but there was a catch. The official letter did not mention that she died after drinking wine. Who managed to hear this story? Could it be that the Marquis of Sherrington had orchestrated everything, since he knew that the Duchess had drunk the poisoned wine? It was interesting how he found out about this. Some people also found it strange. Where did he find out from? Of course, this was just nonsense, and if his words were true, the dove would become material evidence. After these same words, the cage door was opened and the bird flew out, heading towards its owner. And the Marquise, of course, understood perfectly well that right now she would point at him. It was Alina who wrote the note stating that the Duchess had died after drinking poisoned wine. The dove continued to circle above Sherrington and did not want to fly away at all, showing the culprit. But that was not all. In addition to this, the message and the doves were covered with an unusual paint. That's why the girl asked nicely to take off her gloves and show everyone her hands. All this evidence that was brought against the Marquise turned out to be true, and he, unable to bear such humiliation, attacked the lady, because if only it weren't for her, everything would have been different. Fortunately, His Majesty the Emperor was able to stop the man from acting recklessly. All the troubles started because of the Duchess, but no one cared about his statements. Carton simply took off his gloves, trying to finally make sure that he was the culprit of everything, and as soon as they were removed, black spots were visible on his hands, which proved his guilt. Soon after, Marquis Sherrington was executed, but such a crime could not go unpunished. But she was unable to find other culprits, because the Marquis claimed that it was done out of personal insult. Thus ended the case of the poisoning of the Duchess of Wallowa, which was a rather tiresome affair. She thought she would catch the Dowager Empress by the tail, but things turned out quite differently. Besides this, it was necessary to catch Sir Eden again, but he also disappeared, leaving behind huge debts. But also, if you don't take into account her poisoning and the man who ran away, she was worried about something completely different. Carton worried her more than the Dowager Empress who was trying to get rid of her. It would be unpleasant if she didn't do something now, but no matter how much she thought about it, it was all useless. Someday, he will definitely break her head with a hammer. Has it ever happened that the main character can break his head? You should be prepared even for such an outcome. All these thoughts only frightened the girl more because it was impossible to know what to expect next. Until the man finally brought her to her senses, wanting to ask her something. You could tell from his look that this conversation would be serious. The Emperor wanted to know when she would allow her to meet with Eleanor, which the lady did not expect at all. Didn't they agree to meet once a month at the residence of the Duchess of Wallowa? But the girl knew nothing at all about Eleanor, so how could she let them meet? So of course, if this is His Majesty's request, the lady will fulfill it immediately. Unfortunately, it will take some time to arrange everything. In that case, nothing could be done. Carton suddenly began to behave strangely. He had no choice but to just wait quietly and hope for a quick meeting. The conversation ended there, and now he knew for sure that she had truly lost her memory, since she believed what she had just heard. If a person loses his memory, does his personality change? If it were true, the Marquis would have been tortured until his mastermind was revealed. And then they would execute her in the most terrible way. Everything would collapse. She would be exactly the same as she was then. That evening, when all the problems had been resolved, the Duchess was sitting in her office. She still had a lot of paperwork to fill out since she was away from the palace. Suddenly, a servant knocked on her office door and wanted to tell her that His Majesty had ordered him to urgently bring the lady to him. Such an invitation was strange. He had never invited her to his place at such a late hour of the night. What he planned to do and why he called me to him at such and such a time, perhaps it was something important. As Wallowa followed the servant down the long corridors, she realized that this was not the road to the office, but to the bedroom. In the original, the Emperor never touched the Duchess. The best solution would be not to think about it. And just a couple of minutes later, the girl arrived in Carton's room at his request. As soon as she greeted him, raising her eyes, the lady did not expect to see this at all. The man carefully held a glass in his hands. It apparently contained alcohol. His Majesty himself was wearing only a dark blue robe, which did not completely cover his body. He sat quietly on the sofa like this and looked beautiful, like a real statue. Seconds later, he noticed the presence of the girl who finally came to him, putting the glass on the table. Carton asked to come closer. The atmosphere in the room was very different from what it had been before. But she had no choice but to obey and come up as the man asked. After the distance between them was minimal, he took her hand, which was uncharacteristic for him. The lady had been working hard all this time, so he personally called her to him to console her. These words came as a bolt from the blue, because it was the last thing she could think of. Wallowa didn't understand at all what his words of consolation could mean. This was not at all typical behavior for him. Even the girl's mind told her that there was such a saying. No matter how sweet the speeches were, she needed to wake up and come to her senses. As soon as she could forget about it, but it was still too late to run anywhere. In this case, there was nothing else to do, and the bottle that was nearby was opened by the Duchess herself with such precision that it looked amazing and mesmerizing. It was time to get rid of this strange atmosphere, and the contents of the bottle were poured into glasses. She showed him her new skills, honed over many years at corporate events. The lady could not believe that His Majesty would acknowledge her efforts, so she tried to express her devotion in this way. Fortunately, the girl's skills had not yet disappeared, and she was able to demonstrate them to Carton. It was not for nothing that they signed a contract, but the words about what she was doing struck right to the heart. As it turned out, His Majesty just wanted to have a drink and relax a bit, and not such a show. So the lady will now take responsibility for the spoiled mood. The Duchess had to overcome her reason and agree to have a drink with the man to prevent things from getting worse. In this case, she will have to drink with every congratulation addressed to him, and he will pour for every word she says. And after a while of such torture, the girl was already so drunk that a blush appeared on her face. This is exactly what His Majesty had been striving for all this time and was simply waiting for for his own purposes. And as soon as he realized that she was very drunk, he began his plan, which he had been waiting for its chance to be carried out for a long time. On days like these, he often thinks about Eleanor. It's been a long time since the man told the lady about her. The emperor took the Duchess by the chin, as if he was about to kiss her, but that was not in his plans. Couldn't she let him meet her, since this girl was such a beautiful person? Light brown hair, eyes of the same color, a very gentle smile that makes her even more beautiful. Wallowa would also like to meet her someday. Her smile was genuine. And after these words, the Duchess could no longer contain herself and simply passed out. This was, of course, not what Carton was trying to find out from this dialogue and will no longer be able to. But what surprised him most was not that she passed out, but what the lady said before that. The man didn't even know how to react to this, but now he had to do something with her. After such a not very productive conversation, the next day arrived, and the sun was already shining on everything. And of course, when the morning came, the girl woke up in horror. Everything was terrible. After all, she woke up in completely different clothes and didn't even remember what happened during the night. And most importantly, even outside her bed, she has recently become so sensitive that she doesn't understand something. All the clothes she had worn before coming to the emperor lay crumpled on the floor. Wallowa had no idea what had happened last night, and it was all because of the alcohol. The man decided to joke that it was, of course, a pity that she didn't remember anything from the previous night. He was already standing in a different robe, apparently after a bath. Could it be that the lady really didn't remember anything? What was true was that the lady remembered nothing at all about yesterday's events, which was terrible. But the Duchess decided to pretend that everything was normal and lied that she remembered everything perfectly. Now she was in a position where in the future this tyrant could kill her at any convenient moment. Carton was glad that she was satisfied. In that case, he would look forward to the next night. It was at that moment that she finally realized what situation she had been in all this time, which only frightened her more. After the Duchess went to her room, humiliated by what had happened, a crow flew in. That she laughed at His Majesty because of the situation. Even though nothing happened, he did not believe it at all. As it turned out, she got drunk and started to undress, and since she didn't understand everything correctly, he decided to tease her. But even after drinking, she didn't say anything. Did the lady really know nothing at all about his mother? All that was left was to wonder whether the girl was deliberately talking nonsense, or whether she actually knew something but didn't want to talk about it. In that case, the Raven suggested that the Emperor send her somewhere so that he could find out everything himself. Even if there were no records, there might have been clues hidden somewhere. Therefore, first they had to send the Duchess outside the palace, and preferably as far away as possible. And not being able to think of anything better, he sent her to church, which is why, before she ran away, he hit him on the head once. The girl was already restless because of the previous night, which she didn't remember at all, and now she also had to give a congratulatory speech. This was an initiation into the high priesthood. If she had stayed in the palace, she would have definitely gone crazy. And so she was glad that she was able to slip out of the palace under the pretext of the ceremony. Suddenly a voice was heard that after the prayer they would begin the ceremony of ordination of the high priests. After which an old priest came out, holding a candle in his hands. The life given by God would return according to him. As soon as the man finished speaking, he turned to the young priest, who was holding an unlit candle in his hands. Sitting down next to him, he brought his lighted candle to his, wanting to set it on fire with his fire. And moments later the candle was lit with a bright flame. The ceremony was performed. Everyone watched this consecration of the high priests, and it even looked somehow peaceful. The candle flame was dying down. The high priest was leaving them. He had once baptized many people in the temple. Time was flying by. The Duchess did not understand at all why the people around her were crying because of the ceremony, because it seemed like nothing had happened. Next up will be a congratulatory speech from the Duchess of Wallowa, which she has been preparing for a long time. Although the lady had never even given a presentation at school, and here was a congratulatory speech, she could have simply said something boring and obvious. Which she did. She sincerely congratulated the new high priest and hoped that he would continue to care for the people of the empire in the future according to God's will. Moreover, since the former high priest had absolved himself of this responsibility, he could happily enjoy his carefree days because now someone else was in his position. All the people were shocked by her words, because what carefree days were there? Did she really say it so heartlessly? The lady didn't understand at all what she had said wrong. But for the old priest who had resigned from his post, this seemed funny. The girl was surprised that somewhere from the side she heard a laugh directed at her, and not an insult. And it was that very high priest. He could not contain the laughter and smile on his face. The man thanked the lady because for the first time in his life he liked the congratulations. And thanks to the Duchess's speech, he even felt somehow better at heart, which is why he even clapped for her. The atmosphere in the temple improved and no one said any nasty things about Valoa anymore. After the ceremony, they stepped aside where the priest thanked her for coming. But the girl was also grateful to him because he listened to her speech, which no one liked. As it turned out, the lady had not been to church for a long time, so the man wanted to show her the candle she had lit. The Duchess was surprised by these words because she did not think that she was so religious. Therefore, she could not refuse this offer, and they went down the long staircase that led deep down. Once they got down far enough, there was a door in front of them that led to some room. There was no need to wait long. The priest immediately opened the door, inviting the lady inside. The room that was behind the door was as white as snow, and the sun illuminated all the candles that were there. It was a beautiful place, located so deep underground and holding many stories. The girl walked further and further until the man stopped her, saying that the candle was on the other side. Indeed, there was a candle on one of the tables that stood out the most. And in front of her stood a small sign on which it was written that life would return to God. This candle seemed so small and cute and even looked like Valoa herself. Among the candles here, hers was the only one lit by an aristocrat. And it all happened because of rumors that if a candle is extinguished, its owner will also die. Of course, these are just rumors, so she has nothing to worry about. The candle offered to God does not go out even when the wind blows on it. Perhaps this rumor spread because the candle goes out when the owner's death approaches. However, there had never been a case where a candle was extinguished intentionally, which was already good news. Although at today's ceremony his candle went out and he didn't look like he was going to die anytime soon. But for the high priests who refused the debt, it is quite natural to go to God after a few days. Now she understood why people were shocked when they heard her congratulations. That is, the girl wished him a happy death, although her words had a completely different meaning. Everything was fine, on the contrary, her words made the man feel better, and besides, he was interested. Usually, a candle is lit by people who are so desperate that they want to entrust their lives to God. But what the Duchess felt when she lit her candle was a truly interesting question. While the lady was thinking about this, at that time His Majesty was looking for at least some clues in her office, and the girl did not remember at all what she felt at that moment, that it was even sad. After a while, the man threw some documents he found on the lady onto the table. Even though she lost her memory, the Duchess still remains herself. She behaved as usual, so no one noticed that she had amnesia. While Carton was thinking about this, the crow that was with him tried to hint at something, and that something turned out to be a cabinet that had been closed all this time. Perhaps that's where some clues about where his mother was were located. Just when he wanted to somehow open this lock, Valoa returned to the palace. At first, she didn't understand why the door was open, but she put it all down to the fact that she had simply forgotten. She approached her pigeons, who remained at home, and for some reason they were angry again. The lady even suggested that someone had sneaked in and pestered them, which was exactly the case. Luckily, Carton managed to hide behind the window and remain unnoticed. Sending her away for half a day was not enough. He needed to find a way to get her out of the imperial palace. And the very next day, an idea of how to kick her out was devised, and he invited her to his place. This idea was not the most brilliant, but it should work. His Majesty wanted to drink wine. He sat quietly for a while, and now this, but nothing could be done about it. The lady will immediately call Camareg and ask him to prepare it, but that is not what he had in mind. He wanted to drink a more aged wine, more precisely one that was about 300 years old, even though the palace did not yet have wine of such quality. The man couldn't believe that there wasn't a single bottle of the wine he wanted in this palace. What should he do now to console his mental pain? At this moment, the lady remembered the recent situation, and she certainly didn't want to help him with this, just as she had to find him in that case. This body was dedicated to His Majesty, so the girl will scour the entire continent to find wine that is 300 years old. The task was not easy, but it had to be completed to avoid repeating that very night. And soon the Duchess almost came up with a plan on how to get such a bottle. She called Count Rinward, who was horrified that she was looking for him. As soon as the Duchess greeted the man, he even trembled with fear. He had already thought that she had called him because he was late with paying his taxes, but soon the lady would be able to get everything. She just had to wait. But what do taxes have to do with it? Although remembering how greedy the Duchess of Valois was, one could understand his reaction. The Count shouldn't have worried so much about this, because he wasn't here for this conversation. The reason the lady called Renoir this time was to ask for his cooperation. Because she was sending the man into his territory, because Valois needed to find something nearby. Moreover, it so happens that she has a positive attitude towards the Count's trading business. The man was overjoyed by these words and could not contain his happiness because he did not even notice her deep intention. In this case, the Duchess can send a person to him and conduct an inspection at the same time, but the joy quickly disappeared from Renoir's face because there was one catch. He didn't even know that the Duchess was also interested in sailing, just like him. She wasn't particularly interested in this question, but then why would the lady want to send a man to him? It was simple. She wanted to be useful to His Majesty, so she was knowledgeable in various areas. Several months passed since this conversation, and the girl was already on the ship. The view from it was impeccable, because the lady did not often get to see the sea, and especially not in this way. But this was not what they were waiting for, but what was hidden under the water, and was about to emerge. Then suddenly it happened, and a loud cry was heard about what they had found. This something turned out to be some kind of bag that had already crippled the sea over many years. Divers followed him out. As the Duchess had said, there had been a shipwreck on the reef. And inside was what the girl had been looking for and tracking for so long, for several months. The very wine that His Majesty the Emperor had asked for was now right in front of her. The label said it was made in the year 696 according to the imperial calendar. And now it's already 988, so it's not bad. It's worth spending a few months to get that far. And if they collect all the remaining items, the lady will give them an extra gold coin for each item. It was a good offer, but as soon as she found out that a ship carrying precious wine had wrecked here, it was all simple, but the girl couldn't tell the Count that this body was possessed. Of course, the original only described the fact of the shipwreck and did not indicate the exact location. However, with only this information, she was able to gather various pieces of information and make a guess as to the location of the wine ship that sank 300 years ago. And since it was just the two of them, he wanted the lady to share a bottle with him, since she had heard something about his daughter's coming-of-age party. On such an occasion, the girl should be ready to give him a bottle, which will make his daughter incredibly happy, just like him. The young lady must be of extraordinary beauty if she takes after the Count in appearance. And so it was. She is a particularly beautiful child with wonderful light brown hair. If you introduce Carton to the beautiful brunette Lady Renoir, she will completely fly out of his head. This was a heaven-sent opportunity, and she definitely had to take advantage of it for her escape plan. Valois has had a lot on his plate lately, and the pillars of the empire must be strong for the country to be reborn. But His Majesty has not yet made up his mind and simply wanders here and there, although His Majesty was famous for having affairs. So it seemed to her that Lady Renoir could overcome the Emperor's frivolity, which shocked the man. After some time, all the contents were removed from the bottom, and all the bottles were lying in a box. It was worth carefully packing the remaining things and sending them to the palace. In addition, it was worth making sure that no one found out about the transport. While the lady was giving orders to move the boxes, the divers who stood behind her were waiting for her. In addition to what they found today, there are several other shipwrecks. Compensation would also be taken care of, so there was no need to worry, however, if anything from what happened today became known. The divers immediately understood what was being discussed, which is why they began to beg for mercy. Although the Duchess simply wanted to ask them to keep everything a secret, she knew that they were not afraid of her, but of Valois, which made her heart ache so much. And after a while, a ball began, where there were many people who danced with each other. But some stood aside like the girl who was beautiful that day. While the lady stood and looked around, Count Renoir approached her, and clearly not without reason. He wanted to introduce her to his daughter, whom he had spoken about quite recently on the ship. This beautiful girl in a soft pink dress seemed to radiate light with her presence. Brunette, beautiful, and with a friendly smile, she was perfect. The girl is even more beautiful than she imagined. It seems she can serve as a representative of Carton's tastes. But the lady felt like she was ruining the life of this well-bred young lady. Maybe it would be better to find another way. Fortunately, she wouldn't have to, because she couldn't imagine how nervous she was when she heard the news from her father and would become the emperor's first lady. Strictly speaking, not the first, but it will be connected with a person whom she admired since childhood. As it turned out, in fact, the daughter saw His Majesty only in childhood. What difference does it make with his pretty face? If the Count did not want his daughter to become a concubine, then he should have let her know at any time the Duchess did not force her. But no way. This child had always dreamed of being with the Emperor, and since the lady cared so much about his daughter, he wanted to ask her for a favor. Namely, she was the only one who spent the most time with His Majesty. This meant only one thing: the girl knew the man's tastes very well and could help with this. These words were shocking even to her, because he was definitely talking about her. Renouard wanted Valois to give his daughter some lessons in order to definitely attract Carton's attention. And of course, the lady could not refuse him such a request while the man was watching all this. He sat on his throne, which was very boring while everyone was dancing and having fun. Even after driving the Duchess out of the court, he could not find a single clue that would allow him to find his mother. Hidden in the closed drawer were other accounting books that were of no interest to him at all. With each thought that everything was in vain, the Emperor wanted to drink more and more. Valois seemed to hear his thoughts and came to him, apologizing for being late. At that very moment, all the guests who were circling in front of His Majesty stepped aside, allowing the girl to pass. Her appearance at this ball was surprising, because it meant only one thing. She was still able to find wine, or she was already preparing for the death penalty for such inappropriate behavior. All the guests were whispering among themselves, because she had to leave the palace by order of His Majesty. And all for the sake of finding a 300-year-old wine. Where to get that from? Doesn't that mean she should just die? Even Carton wondered whether the lady had succeeded in this task, or whether it was time to leave him. Responding to His Majesty's requests was the meaning and only purpose in her life. In the year 696 by imperial time, a lady offered the emperor port wine produced in the Mernu region. At the same time, the Count's daughter came out, looking beautiful with a tray of wine and a glass on it. Everyone present was shocked that she managed to find wine, but besides that, they were shocked by the girl's beauty. It was a masterpiece in the flesh, from which one could not take one's eyes off, because the lady's beauty was striking. She brought together the best designers to showcase this lady's beauty to the fullest, and she herself put on clothes of dull colors, so as to dissolve into the background like a dark spot. But the man did not pay the slightest attention to the Count's daughter all this time. His gaze was only on the Duchess. She even tried to somehow hint to him that he should look in a completely different direction. As soon as the lady introduced everything, the girl whispered to her if it was time to serve her wine, which was very timely, because now the main star of this show was about to appear. The girl carefully approached the Emperor and poured wine into his glass. Having not yet paid her any attention, the man immediately tried the prepared wine. As expected, the Duchess did not disappoint him. It was certainly the best wine he had ever drunk. His smile said only one thing: he was pleased, in which case now was the time. So Valois asked him if she dared to speak out, and the answer was yes. Thanks to the girl, his mood was lifted, in which case it was possible to begin. As a loyal subject of His Majesty, whenever I observed the numerous empty halls of the imperial palace, she feels ashamed of her lack of loyalty in this matter. Therefore, the lady dares to ask him to take the daughter of Count Renouard as a concubine and strengthen his power with an heir. Carton didn't expect these words at all, which made him so furious that even the glass in his hand cracked from anger. But she was right. The imperial family really had needed heirs for a long time. Although the emperor persistently opposed any proposal of marriage, which was true, but perhaps something may change now, since the Duchess of Valois herself has spoken about it. The anger did not go away, and the glass in the man's hand cracked more and more, from which wine flowed, from which he could not bear it and burst into small fragments, but since the Duchess herself said so, he will think about it, and probably this time he will follow the girl's advice. With these words the ball continued, and late at night the lady was in her room, where was also the Count's daughter, with whom they discussed the entire plan of action. She also needed to forget about etiquette, manners, dignity, and just be sincere in her feelings. Previously, the Emperor had no interest in shy girls. It seemed as if he always wanted to be free in relationships. He never loved anyone, but he never rejected anyone either, which was a little strange. There was no point in confessing her sincere love to such a person when suddenly she was distracted from her thoughts by the girl's hands. She grabbed her, convincing her that she would be able to win the Emperor's heart. The lady shouldn't have been so worried about her after these words. It was as if a weight had been lifted from her soul. If Carton had been smarter, he would have realized that this wonderful man was worthy of loyalty. That's what she thought then, until several hours passed and the girl was already lying on the bed. The Count's daughter was clearly drunk and unconscious, which only infuriated the man even more. At that very moment, the Duchess ran into the room in a panic, not understanding what had happened. As soon as she saw the girl lying on the bed, everything was terrible. How dare he? They may call him a tyrant, but how could he take it out on her? It turned out that he trusted the Duchess's wisdom, but was disappointed with her choice. After which the instinct of self-preservation kicked in, and the lady apologized for such a blunder. Death was merciful to those who failed His Majesty. However, she was interested in what the girl had done to upset the man so much that this happened. Along with Valoa, servants also entered the room for the Count's unconscious daughter. Looking towards the door, they were already leaving with her, trying to somehow carry her to another room. And as soon as they left and the doors were closed, no one would hear them, so the lady asked again what happened. According to His Majesty, this girl tried to kill him, which was hard to believe. The first thoughts were that this was most likely the work of Count Renoir. Carton had never seen such wild women in her life. Did anyone ever teach her any manners? The Duchess thought he was mistaken, because the girl was not wild, as he said. But it turns out that she tried her best to bite him, which the man tried to demonstrate. He came closer to the girl, leaning closer to her face. His gaze was like that of a predator, and the distance between them was tiny, which stunned the lady. Only later did she realize that he had thrown her out because she had tried to kiss the Emperor. It was a shame because he liked both her face and her outfit, but she turned out to be so wild. Of course he liked it. The Duchess went out of her way to adapt it to his preferences. But besides all this, His Majesty noticed that her outfit was also nothing special. Although she was wearing only a nightgown, looking at the lady, he involuntarily remembered that very night. The Duchess hoped with all her heart that he had already forgotten everything, but it turned out that he had not. That was not all. The man touched her face, saying why she needed those bad glasses. Without them, the girl is much more charming. Such words and actions made her blush. Suddenly she came to her senses that Carton was most likely trying to cloud her mind. That's why Valoa immediately pushed His Majesty away from her, not allowing him to continue, making the excuse that it was already quite late and it was high time for the Duchess to go to bed. She will definitely investigate the case of Count Renoir's daughter and bring it up for discussion. With these words, the lady left His Majesty's chambers, which was impudent on her part. But there was nothing left to do, and the man simply stood in the same place and tried to think everything through. The next day, the Count was summoned to Valoa's office, already knowing what their conversation would be about. His daughter was incapable of such a thing. It was a lie and a provocation, because she doted on the Emperor. The man desperately begged on his knees to be forgiven for all the wrongdoings that had occurred, for falling asleep during the meeting, for doubting her proposals, and even for the fact that he dared to bring drinks to the ball that weren't to her taste. Was he really trying to make her feel guilty again? Apparently the lady seemed stupid to the Count, but she was in a hurry to disappoint him. She had the ability to think. To begin with, it was worth waiting a little until the situation calmed down and then explaining everything to His Majesty. When suddenly Renoir offered a ship, when she came to him that time, the lady liked his ship. And recently they brought him a completely new one. Maybe she would like to receive it. The ship can be used to escape to another country. The chances of survival have increased. It was impossible to refuse such an opportunity. It was worth signing the documents for the transfer of the ship right now. After such a productive conversation, the day came when they stood before His Majesty. The Duchess, of course, suddenly received a whole ship, but now all the problems remained to be solved. By problems was meant Carton, who was now sitting and waiting to see what would happen next. If he is determined to punish Count Renoir, the lady will hardly be able to do anything about it. What Count? She would like to save her own skin first, although considering that all this time he has simply been silent. It was worth asking. Valoa offered to discuss yesterday's incident with Renoir's daughter. That woman who almost killed him, her act was certainly an unforgivable and grave crime. However, it is worth noting that this incident was not an attempt to slander him in any way, or rather, just an accident caused by the girl's lack of education and love. Yes, apparently due to her ignorance of etiquette she behaved like an animal. It was time to remember who she really was. After all, she was a weak-willed slave who reacted even to the absurdity of her master, as if it were something brilliant. It was the Duchess's fault that the seemingly calm and quiet girl turned wild overnight. It was her responsibility to make sure she was worthy of him, and because of her oversight, the lady had put His Majesty in an awkward position. But it was all for his own good. For the sake of strengthening his power, she swore that she would devote her life to finding a worthy and civilized woman for him. After this, the Duchess asked the lady for forgiveness for what had happened, otherwise she would not have been able to help in any way. The Count's daughter was clearly not in a good mood after what happened and how she was accused. How could Carton do such a thing to such a beauty? He will surely do it again. But if suddenly she gives birth to a son, the lady must definitely inform her about it in order to help him get ahead in life. To which the girl promised to tell her immediately, but these words clearly did not console her. All this time, one thing was bothering her. The girl wanted the Duchess to take care of His Majesty. Before she could ask anything, she suddenly began to shake, either from fear or from something else. After which the lady quickly ran away, saying that she was giving up the Emperor to her only because it was she. The Duchess did not understand anything at all and would not even be able to find out what she meant. It turns out that that night, when the maids took the girl to another room, she saw everything. Before leaving, I saw how the man stood and looked at the Duchess, and she apologized. And his gaze at that moment expressed something more, as if there was love for the lady in them. This moment greatly upset the Count's daughter, so much so that she simply ran away from the palace. After this, the Duchess sat in her office, where she was already thanked for everything. The man didn't even know how to repay, because they weren't even punished and her daughter no longer belonged to the king. She understood perfectly well that he would be the first to betray her if her position deteriorated. Although the Count was serious, he now owed her his life and was absolutely sincere in his gratitude. The girl was not at all interested in his gratitude. She had completely different thoughts in her head. If a man wants to pay off his debt somehow at once, she had one interesting proposal. Namely, the slave trade. This proposal was like a bolt from the blue. After all, the Duchess asked me to do her the favor of enlightening her in this area, although the slave trade was prohibited by law and he did not engage in such things. Valoa's secret records clearly state that he has a close relationship with the Marquis of True, who controls much of the slave trade. So there was no need to be so surprised, she asks, because the lady also needed slaves. Accordingly, she would like to know more about this. But what if the king somehow finds out about this through her? She swore on her honor that this would not happen, so if suddenly he crossed paths with the Marquise, he should have conveyed that she was ready to consider his daughter as the king's next concubine. The meeting took place, although recently there was no time even for a walk due to state affairs. That's why the girl is very pleased that the man arrived so quickly for the meeting. But when Valoa herself invites, anyone would drop everything and come running. Marquis True was hostile to her, as were all those close to the previous king, which, however, is obvious. After all, having ousted him from the throne, she gained all the power, and this irritated others. The lady read this in the Duchess's notes. Besides this, she thanked the lady who also honored her with her presence. Whether the Count spoke of it or not, the lady was thinking of offering the Marquise's daughter to the king as a concubine. Will she then take responsibility if there is the same scandal as with the Count's daughter? The scandal was just a misunderstanding of the king, so there was no need to worry. His Majesty was looking for a calm and reserved woman, and in her opinion, his daughter fit that description perfectly. What was so? Besides, the lady can't look after Carton forever. She also needs to concentrate on her family. That is, the Duchess was planning to get married, which was a problem for the heirs of the Valoa family. She was right about that. It really was time for her to take care of her family matters. However, before that, the girl would like to have some fun, because due to her work she had no opportunity at all. At first, the Marquis did not understand at all what she was talking about, until he remembered the conversation with the Count. After which he immediately began asking her how True could help the Duchess. It was worth only to see how he changed and immediately became kinder to her after these words. Valoa would like Marquis to introduce her to someone who wasn't in the best place. By nightfall, they were already there, and what the lady needed was in the basement in front of her. And since everything in this place was anonymous, she should put on the mask that had been prepared earlier. The girl was wearing a dark red dress and holding a golden mask in her hands, which suited her very well. After all the conditions were met, they walked through, and in front of them was a deep staircase going down. As soon as True and Valoa came down, the slaves could be seen standing in the middle of pools of blood. And as we went further, there were people everywhere who were already having fun with the slaves they had bought. It was a luxurious place with cages in every corner where half-dead slaves lay. The very first scene before my eyes was of some man dragging a slave on a chain. Anger was already coursing through the Duchess's veins, but it was too early to show disgust. The time had not yet come, and the purpose of the arrival had not been achieved to completely eliminate this slave market. They couldn't stop there, and they went further and further towards the guards, who apparently guarded the head of this entire establishment of horrors. It really was the owner of the slave market that the Marquis had mentioned earlier. And because of this type of work, he may be a bit rough, but you can be sure that he will get the job done. The master could not be deceived by the mask. For some reason, the noble Duchess visited his humble abode, and since they now knew who was who, they could waste no time and get straight to the point. The lady wanted a share of this slave market. These words astonished everyone present. After all, if he gives her a share, it will contribute to the legalization of the slave trade, which would be ideal. Even though the girl spoke such loud words, she still didn't like that she had to pretend. But if she wants to get the accounting books and records of the movements of slaves, a merchant so blinded by money that he even kidnaps people and sells them, will he be able to refuse her proposal to legalize the slave market? The answer was not to be expected for a long time. It was short but clear. The man refused it. The Marquis didn't understand why Fonce refused, or whether he even understood what an opportunity it was. But such a noble man has been promised guarantees, so he can speak calmly. Doesn't he know what can happen to a common merchant like him? It made sense, but the lady couldn't back down. In the future, the tyrant was expected to fall in love with the Princess of Esland, and the outbreak of war between the two countries was only a matter of time. But at least the slave revolt that would happen at the beginning of the war would be prevented, so she could buy herself some time to escape from this crazy original. The Duchess had no choice but to offer 1,000,000 rubles as a sign of her good faith. She would make the investment. Few could refuse such an offer because it was a huge amount of money. But such a big amount of money is too good for such a humble guy like him. The owner is grateful for such interest shown by a high-ranking official, but he is not fit for anything more than his current small business. It's strange he rejects such a lucrative offer. Is it really true that his goal is not money? In that case, there was only one thought left. Fonce was the Dowager Empress's accomplice. And since the man has already rejected 2 very lucrative offers, he definitely won't accept a third. If this is his opinion now, the lady will return later when she can offer him something else. For now, the Duchess wants to shake hands and say goodbye until the time comes. This proposal already satisfied the owner, and he stood up to say goodbye. After this, the Marquis justified Fonce by saying that he had not yet fully understood everything, but he would definitely persuade him next time. But such efforts on his part were not necessary, because the man was not an imperialist. As they shook hands, the girl noticed something very strange. He was from Esland. As far as it's possible for an Eslander to sneak into the empire just to run a slave market, there must be something hidden behind him. If the Marquis does not want to be drawn into treason, he would do well to stay away from the slave market. The man, however, entered into a relationship with the slave market in order to acquire labor to develop the mines. And all those who are currently in captivity will be sent to public works on inhabited lands so that they will restore their status as free citizens. Of course, she doesn't do this for free. True can also do something for her, namely, keep an eye on Fonce. Continue to be his friend, and find out where he gets his slaves, where his money goes, even who he dates. He should have reported everything to the lady without exception, but for now he could leave the matter as is. The Duchess still had unfinished business. It was worth learning more about this place. They walked deeper into the hall, when suddenly, from somewhere behind them, the lady heard screams. These were the cries of some young girl asking to save her brother. It seemed the captured slave was resisting again, which was common in a place like this. With each passing minute, this slave market became more and more disgusting. As Valoa walked further with Marquis, she noticed something shocking. Not far from them was a slave who was trying to fight off the guards with his feet, which he did well. One of the employees tried to warn everyone else that their slave had escaped. But it was too late, because the man had already taken care of the person and the security was compromised. As the lady watched this picture more and more, she realized more and more who this slave was. The man who managed to escape and fight off the guards was Sir Eden, who had once escaped from her and Carton. The former guard skillfully fought off the guards who kept coming. Suddenly, from behind where the door was, 3 more guards came out intending to stop him. And even with them, Sir Eden managed well, even though his hands were shackled. All the employees around him were already on their knees from the man's blows. Next was the guy who stood to the side and watched this and was afraid of every step. After all, it was he who promised him that they would only take him and leave Katrina alone. As the man got closer and closer to the boy, who was shaking with fear, a guard stood behind him, recovered rather quickly, and struck Eden, thanks to which it was possible to stop him and tie him up tightly so that he wouldn't move. He screamed in rage to be let go, since they had agreed otherwise. But no one listened to him. They only ordered him to shut up and not move until a girl ran up to him. This guy advertised it. He was a strong guy. All that was left was to train him, and he would be a jack of all trades. In that case, the auction could begin once all the problems had been resolved. The Duchess didn't even know what to say or react to the sight she had just seen. The Marquis even began to worry, but everything was fine. He just felt dizzy for a couple of seconds. This excuse worked well because they were underground and sometimes such things happen. She needed to calm down. If people saw that Valoa was panicking in such a situation, everyone would start to doubt her. And what's more, he was a murderer who tried to kill her twice. But if she pretended that she didn't see anything, then how would she be any different from the real Duchess? The bidding began, and the starting price was 1,000 rubles. If anyone wanted to take part in the bidding, they had to raise their hand and name their price. It was a good opportunity, because she had been feeling rather bored lately, but this young man, he attracted the girl's attention so much that she wanted to acquire such a slave for herself. After these words, she took off the mask that had been hiding her identity from everyone all this time. Everyone was surprised that it was Valoa. In such a smart dress, they barely recognized her in that form. Everyone kept talking about how she was now trading in slaves. She knew how to pretend to be a cruel person. But this was even to her advantage. She went out to the slaves who were in the middle of everyone with the words that she would buy both of them. And for this, the girl is ready to give a whole 10 million rubles for both of them in cash. As soon as the bidding was over, they went into another room where everything was discussed. The guy representing the goods was Ethan Noxos, a man of 26 years old and a girl of 20 years old, Katerina Noxos, who was now their owner. Noxos, he was sold into slavery where he lost his sister, after which he went mad and rebelled against his masters. In the future, he became the leader of a slave rebellion, from which many died. A talented fighter and embittered by the loss of his sister, he single-handedly rose to the swordmaster competition, ultimately playing a vital role in the empire's downfall. If the lady was not satisfied with something, the deal could be cancelled, which was never to be done. After which, the Duchess paid the promised payment for both slaves. It was the best deal of the day, and once they were alone, the atmosphere became tense. Sir Eden, who was now kneeling before the girl, called her his mistress. This word alone shocked the Duchess, because she certainly did not expect to be called that. The man, although he had no right, wanted to ask his new mistress to listen to his request. She couldn't do anything, because he asked in such a way and with such an expression on his face. He was like a little puppy, so the lady could not refuse his request. The thing was that his sister was not to blame for anything. It was all his fault. Eden did not ask the Duchess to forgive all his mistakes, because he was no longer afraid of death. But he asked for only one thing to let his sister go free. That was his only wish. It was a sincere request, which was rarely heard from her, and it made her feel heavy. They thought she bought them out of a desire for revenge, which would have been obvious. After all, knowing the Duchess's reputation, he is certainly ready for even the most painful death. Although her intentions were completely different, she therefore agreed to return his sister's desired freedom. From these words, the man promised to definitely repay her this debt, even if it cost him his life. He clearly did something wrong. I'll have to tell him not to call her mistress at the estate. Once this conversation was over, the lady felt that the Marquis was watching her in a strange way. It was because today the lady was somehow different. She usually doesn't listen to the requests of all sorts of slaves. But how can she not listen to the requests of a man who in the future may become her concubine? It was surprising, but it explained why she did this to him. True didn't even know that Valoa had such preferences. Although this was a necessary measure so that he would not suspect anything, now she cannot wash away such shame. All this time the moon was shining over the city, and a black raven was watching the girl. And only towards morning, when the sun had risen high, this raven was already at the emperor's palace. He immediately told His Majesty everything he had learned from the girl's journey. Carton did not understand at all why she was suddenly pretending to be a kind and compassionate lady. To which the bird informed him that the Duchess was going to take a concubine. As soon as dawn broke and the sun rose high into the sky, a carriage was driving through the streets, in which was the Duchess and the recently purchased slaves. They were clearly going to the palace. And while they were driving, the girl decided to ask directly why Eden wanted to kill her for the last time. It was because of debts. His father was obsessed with gambling, which was not the best solution in their situation. It got to the point where they lost their property due to debts, and then they took Catherine as collateral. The moneylender who took his sister said that either Catherine would be sold into slavery to pay off the debt, either kill Waloa. He ultimately failed to kill her, and they were both sold into slavery. Although she gave them a chance many times, so why didn't he tell her about his situation? It was all simple. A man also has eyes and ears, so after the rumors about her, how could he trust her? Of course, now he knew that all those rumors were just another lie for his own benefit. But then Eden could not even imagine that the Duchess herself would help him with this situation. He simply thought that if he returned to the capital, he would be taken in for interrogation and then beheaded. What would have happened in the capital if it had been the real Waloa? He would have lost his head on the spot. Then the lady will ask another question, the man who put a reward for her death. She was probably the Dowager Empress, but it turned out that was not the case. The very man whom she had once offended was the slave trader Fonce, the Dowager Empress of Esland, who intends to get rid of Valoa. The slave trader who used Eden to kill the Duchess was also from Esland. The war with Esland that happened in the original, the rebellion of the slaves, who seemed to be waiting for it. She thought that all this happened because Carton brought the Princess of Esland. But now she understood. The war with Esland, the slave revolt, and then the destruction of the empire. It was all a grand plan, the threads of which led to the Dowager Empress. Lately, the girl had been overdoing it so much that her head was hurting more and more. Even Sir Eden was afraid for the well-being of his mistress, because everything was visible on her. Sir Eden, he is no longer the captain of the guard, so he asked to be called simply Eden as a slave. But what he was talking about was that slavery was illegal in the empire, but the man didn't care. The Duchess could not resist his requests and agreed to simply call him by his first name. After that, she will give him money, so it was worth taking his sister and leaving this place, living a new life. The man certainly didn't expect this, it was too much, so he refused. All he asked for was to restore Catherine's status, and he said he was willing to give his life to pay off his debt. These were not empty words. The hostess once asked how one could trust someone who had once betrayed her. But this time he wanted to swear true allegiance, even though it was not necessary. The man spoke well, but this was another extra burden, or rather two, if you take into account the sister. But now that the lady thought about it, there were no people in her circle whom she could really trust. Her strength is not enough to destroy the slave market. Someone will be needed to accompany her. Then, having thought everything over, she offered to be by her side as an assistant. These words sounded sincere and kind, and her appearance calmed and gave confidence in her words. Eden couldn't help but look at the Duchess at such a moment, because the role of assistant was even better. He gently took her hand and agreed with her idea of being close to her. No matter how you look at it, the man's face was a crime. His appearance was too handsome. In that case, since all the business was finished with this, it was possible to move on. And as soon as they were at the palace, Carton appeared. He was clearly not in the mood. Waloa treasured her lover so much that she even made him her assistant. His Majesty wanted to speak with her alone, so he asked for a minute. Of course, the Duchess could not refuse him when entering one of the rooms in the palace. The man invited her inside, checking to see if anyone was around them. As soon as the doors to the room were closed, the emperor pressed the girl against the door, screaming. There was no legalization, as she said at the slave market she should have left there. Although the Duchess had no thoughts whatsoever about any legalization, which the man did not believe at all, because he knew that today she had participated in a slave auction with the Marquis True and about her secret meeting with the slave trader. The Prime Minister should not legalize something that he cannot handle on his own. But this was not why the lady met with the slave trader and the Marquis. She had other plans. All these words seemed to pass by His Majesty's ears, as if he did not listen to her. It was a huge mistake on the Duchess's part. Whatever she said, he wouldn't believe it. In that case, she decided to tell him that he might not believe everything she said, which is what he did. She was limited in her movements, but if the Emperor allowed her to act, then she will have much more freedom, and since he needs evidence, the man could arrange an interrogation. The girl couldn't stand these words because she had had a headache since the morning, and she felt unwell. The lady began to lose consciousness and quickly fall to the floor from all the fatigue that had accumulated. This was exactly what His Majesty did not expect at all. One might have thought that it was his fault. After some time, a doctor came and reprimanded her for her condition. She lost consciousness from exhaustion. Apparently, she had been overwhelmed with a lot of work lately, which prevented her from having a good rest. Since her condition and the cause were now clear, the doctor offered to prepare some medicine for her. The fact that she fell so abruptly and unexpectedly did not give His Majesty peace of mind. That's why he asked the man to prepare the medicine anyway, and quickly. After the visit of the attending physician, a whole day passed and morning came. As soon as the first rays of sunlight broke through the windows, the Duchess began to wake up, and after her eyes were opened, the first thought was why she was in bed. She only remembered arguing about the slave trade with this intolerable tyrant. She didn't even have a headache anymore from the moment she entered this body. She had always had a headache. She read that the Duchess was in very poor health and that a friend had hit her on the forehead. Pulling her back into bed, it was Carton who had come to check on her condition, not understanding where the Duchess was going, since she had just recently lost consciousness. The girl did not understand at all what His Majesty was doing in the room, especially at such a time. As it turned out, Valoa had been in his bedroom the whole time without even realizing it. Wasn't there too much contempt in her gaze? He had been watching her all night. These words were shocking, because being a man and looking after someone was something incompatible. So the lady did not believe his good intentions. He was clearly up to something. Although everything was completely different and there were no evil intentions, besides this, he wanted to apologize for yesterday. The Duchess did not expect this at all and decided to ask again what the Emperor was talking about. This, of course, was only irritating, but he decided to repeat it. The man agreed with the idea of taking the slave trade under control. This news was surprising, because the lady did not think at all that he would ever agree. She was incredibly happy that His Highness agreed to cooperate with her. This reaction was sincere, which amazed Carton. He hadn't seen her like this for a long time. The market was run by an Eslander named Fons, and together with Margrave Gefban, they kidnapped ordinary people from the outskirts and sold them into slavery. So his mother was behind all this. The lady hoped to hide this from him in the future, but it didn't work. But wasn't it obvious that an ordinary foreigner would never have been able to pull this off without serious support? The Duchess thought he was just a tyrant who indulged himself with alcohol and women, but it turns out he is not stupid. The grave will correct the hunchback. This probably means that he will die soon. From her face, it seemed that she was dissatisfied with something. There was no point in dwelling on this first. It was worth sending people to assess the scale of the market, and we need to find out where the kidnapped people are being sent and which of the aristocrats are involved. When they have enough information, they will be able to make a public statement. The girl was a reliable person, so Carton trusted her, but why did he always look at her like that? It was very strange, as suddenly the memory surfaced that the man would wait until the next night. Therefore, the lady tried to change the conversation by reminding him that she had promised to find a suitable girl as a concubine, and it seems that she has found the perfect match for His Majesty, and this time she definitely made the right choice. After these words, the man already wanted to object to her. Why did he need a concubine? But remembering the conversation with the doctor, in order to avoid another loss of consciousness, it was necessary to help relieve her of stress. He decided not to continue his sentence and to endure it, although he wanted with all his heart to speak out on this matter. after which he gave in, allowing this most suitable girl to be brought to him. Immediately after this conversation, the Duchess went to meet the Emperor's future concubine. The lady was charming. All that remained was to determine the date when she would move to the imperial palace. But what if he throws her out, as he did with the Count's previous concubine? This happened because of her bad manners, but as far as Valoa knew, she even took special etiquette courses in the capital. With such preparation, no one would dare to accuse her of anything. She tried so hard for her. Probably the girl, willy-nilly, also developed some feelings for the Emperor. There was no need to hide it. The lady understood her, so she thanked her for sincerely supporting her. And if she needed something from her, it was definitely worth contacting her, and the lady would do everything she could to repay the debt. These words gave the Duchess a sense of déjà vu, and she felt that everything would go wrong again. The girl could not calm herself down from these obsessive thoughts that everything would go wrong. Because she walked from one end of the room to the other, Eden couldn't help but notice. She was too worried about Count True's daughter, even though she said that the lady had to move into the palace today. In that case, she had nothing to worry about. She had prepared everything perfectly, and Valoa hoped for the same. Although the Duchess had already had a similar case when Count Renoir's daughter was not approved as a concubine. At that moment, when she was discussing this topic with Eden, someone entered her office without even knocking. It turned out to be His Highness, who was clearly pleased with what had happened. But the girl was only concerned with one question: what happened to the lady who was supposed to be with him. Apparently he didn't understand the first time who exactly we were talking about, so he asked again. As it turned out, the Duchess of Valoa had once again made a mistake in her choice of a concubine for Carton. This appearance and words were not the most comforting and joyful. And the reason he didn't like this woman was absurd. She was the stupidest of all. Although in the last few days the girl had been undergoing diligent training in etiquette and basic aristocratic education, and she was able to pass the exams of the most strict teachers in the capital, and after that she was stupid. The Duchess couldn't get this to fit in her head because this lady was talented. The daughter of the Marquis True had a perfect command of etiquette and was praised many times by her teachers, but where did he notice her stupidity? It turned out that when Carton asked her about the Empire's tax policy and what could be improved in foreign policy, she could not answer anything. But who would ask such a thing on the day of meeting? Naturally, she won't answer. And what, in her opinion, is wrong with the tax system and how it can be improved? Taxes were too high, so it was difficult for people to lead a free life. They must gradually reduce the marginal rate of tax, the lady replied, only because, in fear of death, she had spent many sleepless nights studying it in the Duchess's notes. But she replied that it was because she became a duchess at an early age. And at the same time, she did not undergo separate educational training for heirs, like the others. Why did he speak as if he knew about Valoa's childhood? Did they really communicate outside of politics? But now was not the time for that. She had to calm down the daughter of the Marquis True and send her home. Thus, since the interests of the Marquis's daughter and His Majesty were extremely different, they had absolutely nothing to discuss with each other. The girl regretfully reported that they could not make her the Emperor's concubine. She thought there would be a fuss about this, but somehow it was quiet on True's part. The lady had already sent him the prisoners as they had agreed, so he had no right to interfere. When the king suddenly intervened, asking her to speak as it was, she could hardly convey it. Was he really going to, like yesterday, call her stupid in front of everyone? According to him, everything was not as she said. The Marquis's daughter was so unbearably stupid that he had to throw her out. It was a blow, because after such words the reputation of Marquis True could have fallen to the lowest level. She understood His Majesty that he did not like her answer to the question about tax reforms, but nevertheless, this was a matter of his inflated standards. Was there a mortal who could match his profound knowledge? Carton didn't even know that she thought so highly of him. But it was a necessary measure that made her swear that she would one day punch that sly face. After such a less than ideal explanation of the situation and the shame, Valoa felt drained. Suddenly, people approached her from behind and asked her not to be upset. They understood how hard she tried. His Highness the Emperor was always a difficult person. The ladies and gentlemen were on her side, but what a sudden consolation action. And yet the Duchess felt better after their comforting words. But they didn't follow her. For this reason, the man wanted to say that he also had a daughter. Suddenly, Valoa thought that he also wanted to give his daughter as a concubine to the Emperor, which was not the case. The thing is, they heard about that incident with Count Renoir's daughter. Apparently something happened to her. It turned out not to be so. There was no news, but several marriage proposals arrive at the Count's estate every day. That is, the problem was not that, on the contrary, she was receiving no offers. They were so inundated with these offers that there was not a single empty space left on the estate. But he said that it was all thanks to her special training that time. When he saw Renoir's daughter at the ball, she was clearly more self-confident than before. And the Marquise's daughter, as they heard, has not yet appeared at the palace because she has not yet completed her courses in politics. The fact that she continues to try hard, despite the fact that she has no longer been taken as a concubine, is amazing. This is because the Duchess assigned her a tutor so that she could suppress her boredom with studies. Therefore, the man asked her to also send her daughter to study, as was the case with the previous girls. And after these words, a scandal arose between them, because everyone wanted to send their daughters to school. Under this noise, the Duchess managed to slip away from them because the lady still had business to attend to, along which she would have to leave. She even took pigeons with her, which made Eden curious about where she was going. It turned out that she was going to the estate of the Duchess of Valois, to which she had previously asked the Emperor for permission to go. It seemed to him that the girl was planning something again, which is why she wanted to go so far away. This was not the case. No one was looking after him, so she thought it was worth going and tidying up. But she didn't overburden herself with all sorts of trifles, since these requests for training also appeared. The man wanted to go with her because he promised that he would always be there to protect her. It was an unexpected proposal because it was so sincere that my heart started beating faster. Eden owed her and he had no more reason to harm her. He was the only person who could protect her. But still the answer was negative. He would stay in the palace and convey messages to her. Valois couldn't take the man to the estate because she would definitely find some clues about Eleanor there. As soon as all the things were harnessed to the carriage, the Duchess entered it, leaving the slave to watch. But they didn't yet know that all this time His Majesty's raven had been watching them from a tree. And as soon as the girl climbed into the cart, he could proceed further in order to find out everything. All this time the man watched as the carriage slowly began to move towards the estate. Suddenly his attention was caught by the very tree on which the raven was sitting, which was already flying in the direction it needed. All this time the bird followed the cart, not allowing it to go further. And as soon as he had the chance to get inside without prying eyes, he took advantage of it. He managed to get into the carriage of the Duchess, who was traveling to the Valois estate. At this time, the girl was looking out a completely different window, realizing that at this rate she would only arrive in the evening. The view outside the window was beautiful, but her attention was drawn to the noise in the pigeon cage. She didn't understand why they were making so much noise now when they had been sitting quietly just a couple of minutes ago. They might have been hungry, but as soon as she removed the cloth from the cage, she saw something shocking. Another pigeon appeared in the cage, but where did she get such a big one? The raven even tried to pretend to be a pigeon. But he couldn't do it at all. He was cooing in a strange way. She was the same crow that Carton carried with him everywhere. As soon as he got into the cage, the bird still tried to pretend to be a pigeon, but it was too late. After these words, he managed to escape from the girl's grip and fly as far as possible. The lady shouted after him that he should just try to follow her again, otherwise there would be one less fake pigeon. A lot of time passed from that moment and the sun slowly set. As Valois had said, they arrived at the estate only in the evening, when it was already getting dark. So the original Duchess of Valois lived in such a huge estate. A few minutes had not passed when the servants approached the lady and greeted their hostess. Once they received the news that she was coming to them, they waited all this time. The girl was greeted by a stern and gloomy-looking maid who was no longer young. In honor of her return, the cook had prepared a festive dinner, so it was worth going to the dining room. But first, the Duchess asked the maid to feed the pigeons that she had brought with her, for which she apologized for not taking care of this right away, since this was the first time she had brought birds with her. The woman said that the Duchess brought pigeons for the first time, while Valois had been feeding all this time. She still didn't understand everything. She still had a lot to learn about the Duchess. The only question that remained was whether she would be able to do everything as she had originally planned. Will the girl be able to deceive her subordinates, who have long served Valois, and find clues about Eleanor? No one could answer this question, but now it was time to eat, so they went straight to the dining room. Today's dinner included mushroom soup and a light fruit salad, and the main courses included oysters with caviar and veal steak. As expected from the Duchess of the Empire, it is probably as luxurious here as in the imperial palace. But besides this, she should have hinted to the maid that she needed to bring pigeons. To do this, the lady waved the spoon in her hands, which the woman immediately noticed. Asking for forgiveness, she took a spoon from the table and decided to taste the food for poison herself. It was surprising that she herself decided to give a hint. She must have known that the Duchess was in danger. It is obvious that she is a loyal subject of the Duchess and always informed her about everything. In that case, she might know even more than an ordinary maid. So, trying her luck, she asked the head maid to meet Eleanor right away. Since a woman is involved in all this in some way, she should have known about everything. All that was left was to pray that everything would work out and that she knew about Eleanor, as well as the poisons in the food. The woman seemed to hesitate after such harsh and unexpected words, but everything was under control. Immediately after that, she took out a bell, ringing which the servants came. The maid ordered them to lock all the doors from the outside and draw the curtains on all the windows. As she said earlier, all employees must travel along the designated route for 3 hours. As soon as all the instructions were given, they immediately ran to carry out the woman's order. Now it was possible to turn attention to the Duchess, who was watching all this. She dropped to one knee, saying that she would escort the lady to where Lady Eleanor was now located. After everything was done according to the instructions, they walked along the dark corridors. Everything around looked expensive and luxurious, but the corridors seemed to never end and they just kept going. With every step, the atmosphere became more tense and more terrible thoughts crept into my head. There was no need to worry so much, because the actions of their subordinates would be able to hide their presence. That was the meaning of the movement for 3 hours and all the other instructions of the maid. If everyone in the castle started moving at the same time, even the most perceptive person would not be able to detect them, including the swordmaster, and a few moments later they found themselves at the right door, where the lady was. The woman slowly opened the doors to the room where a bright light was shining. The room was luxurious and sparkling with cleanliness. One could not tell that there had been a girl in it. But as soon as they went further, Eleanor could be seen still lying in bed. And what the Duchess saw in the bed amazed her more than anything else in all this time. She couldn't believe that the woman lying in that bed was really Eleanor. The lady looked much older than in the portrait. It was difficult to call her Carton's lover. But if she were his mother, His Majesty would understand that she was not aware of the contract. The thought of this made her shake with fear. Valoa asked the headmaid to remind her everything because she had lost her memory. The headmaid did not understand how it happened that she lost her memory. Perhaps it was a side effect of the poison, or she was injured without knowing it. The lady remembers almost nothing. It was terrible. No one expected that something like this would ever happen. But there was no need to be so upset about this. The woman could help restore memory. And of course, she will take care of everything and tell about the Duchess's past. Will she understand that her precious mistress was no longer in this world, and now there is a completely different person in her body? As it turned out, she was the daughter of the previous duke and an ordinary servant, which meant the girl was an illegitimate child, which wasn't the best start. Although these words were hateful to the woman, it was not something to be proud of. She was a close friend of her mother. She always had poor health, and because she was often ill, the woman became her nanny, but it could not be said that that time was very happy, but they lived peacefully in the outbuilding. And when she was 5 years old, the Duke was diagnosed with infertility. He was a greedy man. The Duke made his abandoned daughter the crown princess and tried to control the next emperor as he pleased. At first, the woman was happy. The young lady would finally be officially recognized as a princess, and she would be able to enjoy the luxury she had never had. But she soon realized how wrong she had been. As soon as the maid saw the young lady, she was in a terrible state. She thought many times whether she should just take it and run away as far as possible. But the head maid had a good reason for not doing so. Lady Eleanor had been very concerned about the Duchess all this time, and she couldn't just leave. Besides this, her relationship with Prince Carton was also very good. However, after the prince left for the battlefield, for some reason she stopped visiting the imperial palace as before. And as the lady began to take on more and more of the family's affairs, they saw little of it. And one cloudy day, the girl brought Lady Eleanor with her. At that time, the woman was in very bad condition, so they called the most famous doctors. but they all said that she had no chance of survival. At that time, she said to prepare a candle. Apparently after that moment, when things only got worse, Valoa signed a contract. It also turned out that the very candle that she saw in the temple belonged to the servant. She took out a medium-sized box from somewhere on the shelf, which contained something valuable. As soon as the box was opened, 2 candles could be seen inside, and one of them was the lady's real candle. And the one that gradually faded and almost went out belonged to Lady Eleanor. In that case, did she give her any special instructions when she brought the woman? The instructions were that if the Duchess's candle went out, she ordered Lady Eleanor to be killed. It was terrible, because now it was possible to understand who the real tyrant was, and it was definitely not Carton. The Duchess could not listen to this horror any longer, so she ran out into the street. In her hands she held the very box where the candles were. In an instant, everything fell into place. The girl was hurrying somewhere, running deep into the forest. Thanks to the headmaid, it all became clear why His Majesty was acting like a puppet, and why, despite all the hatred that had been accumulating for many years, he saved her. It was all because it was simple, because in order to kill the Duchess, he would have to sacrifice his mother. Valoa made a contract, threatening Eleanor's life, a contract that would allow her to take the tyrant into her own hands, and at the same time to dispose of it at one's own discretion. Now everything was clear. As soon as the lady ran to the right place, she began to call Carton, because she wanted to talk to him about the woman. After which, from the darkness of the deep forest, the silhouette of a man emerged and headed in her direction. His Majesty was not pleased that she was screaming, because he had already heard everything. As the Duchess thought, he had been watching and waiting for her to come out to him all this time. As he had long ago realized, she had been having memory problems for several months. But today everything changed, thanks to a trip to the Wallowa estate. Only today did the girl remember what their long-standing contract consisted of. This made Carton angry, because now he wouldn't be able to find out anything about Eleanor. But there was no point in getting angry so early, because the woman was still safe. This whole meeting was about something completely different, and the Duchess did not want to talk about it. It was for this reason that she took with her the very box that contained the candles. Now there was only one completely new one. Valoa offered to sign a new contract. The man certainly didn't expect that the Duchess would want to sign a new contract with him. These words came as a bolt from the blue. There was definitely some kind of catch in them. That's why he moved from the spot with great speed, which made one afraid. After all, he was rushing towards the lady and clearly wanted to harm her after everything that happened. Carton was furious. What else did she want from him, because there was no other reason? True, only a madman would believe the Duchess of Wallowa, especially knowing her reputation. But now everything was completely different. That girl was no longer in this body. She no longer wanted to try to control His Majesty as she had before. She no longer had any need to threaten him for her own gain and power. In that case, it meant that the Duchess was going to bring his mother back. But now she couldn't do this, after all. All her words were not as sincere as they seemed. Although in return, the lady promised to ensure Eleanor's safety. This means that unless the man kills her, Lady Eleanor will be in no danger. And how, after everything she had done to him over the years, could he believe it? But the Emperor had no choice but to simply trust her words. Even if she has lost her memory, she is still the Duchess of Wallowa, and that cannot be changed. Did Carton really think all this time that he could save Eleanor so easily? There was only one way to ensure her safety. The girl had already told him about this. Namely, to guarantee her safety, which is basically what the man had been doing all this time. Now her words sounded exactly like those of the original Duchess of Wallowa. After this conversation, evening came and the Duchess had to leave by this time. The carriage from the Imperial Palace arrived. The lady had been absent for so long that the headmaid tried to persuade her to stay a little longer. But she had not intended to linger in this place from the very beginning, so she could not stay. And since the maid was waiting for at least some words from her, the lady asked, as usual, to take care of everything. Of course, she could not worry about anything and go calmly. All her orders would be carried out perfectly. As soon as the girl sat down in the carriage that had been waiting for her for a long time, she could finally rest. All those days she spent at the estate were terribly tiring, especially the meeting with Carton. Suddenly, a man entered the carriage, which had not yet driven off, as if it had been waiting specifically for him. Since she was returning to the Imperial Palace anyway, they would go together. The lady could not refuse him this. That's why they went together. It seemed like she left to catch her breath, but apparently she screwed up somewhere. And now they were riding together in the same carriage, which made the atmosphere not the best. All this time His Majesty watched the Duchess as if he could not take his eyes off her. It turns out that she had been asleep for a long time, and judging by her face and behavior, she was apparently having some kind of nightmare. The words that had been said that night, that she would no longer try to control him and there was no longer any need to threaten, played through his head. The Duchess, he knew, would never have said such a thing. Could he believe she had changed? But he couldn't relax. This girl was clearly up to something and was simply trying to drive him crazy. All the man's thoughts seemed to be swept away by a hand after he heard some unintelligible words. The girl muttered something incoherently in her sleep. Only by listening closely could one understand that it was an apology. Tears streamed down her cheeks and she kept repeating her apologies for being wrong. These words in the dream seemed to sweep away all doubts from His Majesty's head about the next trap. He couldn't help but reach out to her, his hand reaching out to wipe the tears from the girl's face. It was only when he stood in front of her and almost touched Wallowa's face that he realized what was happening. Immediately removing his hand, Carton did not understand why he wanted to do this and what exactly he wanted. Why did he even reach out to wipe away the tear, the woman who was his enemy? He quickly ran out of the carriage, which woke up the Duchess, and she did not understand why he suddenly ran out of the moving carriage. The question remained unanswered where he was heading, because the imperial palace was still far away, when suddenly she saw the box left on the seat. His Majesty ran as if his life was at stake, fleeing deep into the forest. He was absolutely crazy, and all because they were together in that cramped carriage, because all her actions irritated him. Even though it was not like that at all, he couldn't accept the fact that he wanted to wipe the tear from her face. Suddenly, from behind him, one could hear his name being called. It was the Duchess, who had a box in her hands. The man did not understand how she caught up with him, and even more so why, because he had not expected this at all. And as soon as the girl was close enough, he stopped and shouted at her to stop and not come any closer. Wallowa didn't understand at all what came over him, because she just wanted to give back the box that he left in the carriage. She wondered if their contract was still valid since the man hadn't even taken such an important thing. All this amazed the Emperor even more, because this girl ran after him just to give him the box. So their contract was still in force, so she had to keep her promise, as she said. It was impossible to allow him to want to kill the lady to such an extent that he would be ready to sacrifice his mother. The living must live. With these words, the man took the box he had accidentally left behind and went off in an unknown direction. The Duchess was a little surprised, because it seemed to her that she had heard these words somewhere before. Suddenly, memories of the original Duchess crashed into my head, how she cried and was told exactly the same words. She observed a scene of a woman lying on a bed with a cloth thrown over her face. They told her comforting words that everything would be fine, but the lady did not expect this at all. The fact that after Carton's words, she will remember the past of the Duchess of Wallowa, which was not the most colorful. And so, after some time, the girl finally arrived at the imperial palace, where she was heading. As soon as she entered the building, one could immediately see the servant talking to Eden. After a few moments, they finally noticed that the owner had finally returned. But their gaze fell on her neck, where there were marks from the previous night when Carton had tried to strangle her. And this worried the man greatly, because he did not understand when this had happened. Only then did the Duchess realize that there were traces left, and they were clearly visible. Someone just tried to rip her head off, but then realized that she was capable of doing it herself. The lady should have stopped joking around because these words were like a bolt from the blue. Apparently she was attacked at the residence. Eden said he had to be there to protect her, until he remembered that when she was leaving, he noticed a crow that was watching them. In that case, all the pieces of the puzzle fell into place. Were the wounds on her neck really the work of His Majesty? Everything was exactly as the man said. Apparently, it was impossible to hide anything from him. He came closer to the girl in order to calm her down a little. This scene was mesmerizing. But quickly coming to her senses, the lady removed her subordinate's hands, joking that it was just a small bruise. Eden wasn't going to leave things that easy, so he told Wallowa to go on and he would call the healer. And while the doctor was examining the Duchess, there was a knock on the door, inviting her to enter immediately. It was the former figure at the slave market, Marquis True, who came with important information. He also noticed that something happened to the lady's neck, but nothing special, just a small accident. While Eden was seeing the doctor off, the girl asked him what had brought him there, clearly not just to say hello. It turned out that Fonz had apparently noticed that the man was spying on him, and that wasn't a good thing. According to her instructions, they bought slaves from time to time. Although they behaved as usual, he did not let down his guard. But he had learned something else. The Faunus slave market had expanded dramatically lately, it seemed. With the addition of other nobles, he had acquired new clients. It is not surprising that the Empress's palace budget is always full, because she constantly receives new income. Valoa thought the departure of a major figure like Marquis would be a major blow, but it apparently didn't work out that way. The question remains whether True found out who the client was. It was Count Renoa's eldest son. He received a message that he had been hanging around Fawns a lot lately. Rich fools were everywhere, although he had studied abroad from an early age and only recently returned to the Empire. He may not realize that he made a mistake because he doesn't know the current state of affairs, and yet he defended him because he is a friend's son. It seemed as if he himself had sent him to study abroad, but it was possible that, having lived for a long time in a foreign country, he had not yet become familiar with the imperial laws. And by the way, the Duchess is very interested in foreign legislation. So couldn't the Marquis somehow arrange a meeting with Count Renoa's son? A few days later, in the garden near the imperial palace, the lady was sitting with a man. Since she was young, she dreamed of living abroad, so she really wanted to meet him. The eldest son of Count Renoa, Howard Renoa, fled his small empire to see the world and expand his horizons. At first glance, the lady thought he was a very educated man. He never thought that he would hear such words not only abroad, but also at home. Having seen the guy, many said that he was ideal because he combined not only intelligence but also beauty. But what brought him back? There were rumors that he was involved in business, which was surprising since it was run by a man who had studied abroad and had outstanding judgment. Valoa isn't a business professional, so she doesn't know the details, but she's heard it's an innovative idea that could change the market. Renoa would like to tell, but they met for the first time today, so it might be too personal for her. Perhaps they should have become much closer than they were now, which is what they both were counting on. Although the Duchess would like to get all the information at once, rather than suffer with such a fool, so she went on the offensive to find out everything at once, rather than wait for the next meeting. She was too impatient because in fact when she saw him she thought it was fate. By appearing innocent and saying sweet words, it immediately caught Howard's attention. So the next time they met, she asked him to tell her more about himself. Talking about him was so inspiring. Of course, it was all just a lie for the sake of profit, and as soon as he left, it was possible to get out of character. Eden, who watched the carriage leave, did not understand why she had to see a man like him. In that case, he himself wanted to seduce such a fool. Even he has such an expression on his face. But the question remained whether he had carried out the order. Everything was fine. As she had ordered, he had applied pollen from the pipora flower to the wheels of the carriage. If a sniffer dog is released, they will be able to immediately track the carriage by the smell of the powder. It was a good job. These words were full of kindness, which made the man feel embarrassed. But still, he should have stopped calling her mistress, which of course he couldn't do. It was as if this nickname had already become a habit, which only irritated the girl. While they were arguing about this, His Majesty approached them and remarked that they were getting along well. That was exactly it, but as soon as he began to approach them, they dropped all disagreements and conversations. Suddenly, Eden stood in front of her, clearly not wanting Carton to come closer to the Duchess. After he threatened her life and left marks on her neck, he did not let her approach. And the man was serious. His look said that he shouldn't even dare come closer. But the Emperor was only amused by this behavior, although he was a little angry that some slave was behaving as he pleased. For a former captain of the Royal Guard, he changes his position quite quickly. After all, being His Majesty's faithful dog, he constantly turned a blind eye to his surveillance. Although, to be fair, this slave should have been executed long ago, which, unfortunately, the Duchess did not allow to happen. But now, when he changed his master, when he wanted to kill him, the Emperor saw that he is not an evil dog at all, but just another puppet that dances at the whim of his master. The girl, seeing that a fight could start now, therefore asked Carton to apologize to him for his rudeness. She would teach him manners. From now on, if Eden takes good care of his mistress, he will forgive such impudent behavior. This was His Majesty's condition. This was the man's goal, so he will keep it in mind. It was surprising that they calmed down so quickly and didn't even continue arguing. There was clearly some catch to all this, so Valoa asked Eden to go as quickly as possible. He clearly didn't want to leave his mistress, because he was afraid that this tyrant would do something again. But seeing that the matter was truly serious, he took his leave, saying that if she needed anything, she should call immediately. His Majesty and the lady went into another room, although she did not understand why he came, because he was very busy. Although she herself made a fuss about the liquidation of the slave market, she still hasn't provided a report. But the man was not at all bothered by any particular report. His gaze was caught by something entirely different. He didn't understand what kind of appearance she had, the delicate colors and open arms. It was obvious that she hadn't been wearing that outfit for no reason. The Duchess told him that she had to meet Count Renoa's son, which is why she was dressed like that. And she went to meet him in this, for which the lady asked forgiveness for appearing before him in such a form. Was it really not becoming to her at all? This outfit was intended to extract information from Sir Renoa, and there had been no success so far, but they had already agreed to meet, so it was only a matter of time. The girl must have failed because she wanted to attract the rake with such an appearance. In that case, maybe he could pick out an outfit for her himself. Since he called him a rake, one could assume that their tastes were similar. Did Valoa really want to say that they were similar, although remembering what happened, this is not surprising. It was all because she didn't remember anything and now didn't know him at all, but he would choose an outfit that suited her. And so, a few days later, His Majesty went to the city to make a choice. All this time, Eden had a bad feeling, with which the Duchess completely agreed. But if the boss ordered it, then it had to be done, so they stood at Madame Rosetta's studio. There was nothing left to do but go inside to look at some outfit. And as soon as they entered, one could notice that Carton had already been waiting for them for some time. The girl still did not come, so the Emperor thought that she had managed to escape, and there was no need for her lover, so he could go. The slave already wanted to hit him, but the lady stopped him from doing so. If the man was so unhappy with this, he could stand in the corner like a costume mannequin. Carton deliberately teased him in order to at least evoke some emotions and make him understand his place. The Duchess felt that since last time His Majesty had begun to behave strangely towards Eden. All this time a woman was waiting for them, asking if she could prepare an outfit for the lady today. To which the Emperor gave his approval. It was necessary to select an outfit that would please a fool from abroad. It was necessary to leave this to her, because the woman understood this matter best of all. Moments later the outfit was ready, and the girl was supposed to look beautiful in it. Which is exactly what it was, a soft white dress with purple flowers and patterns. The woman chose clothes that were appropriate for a date, but not too bright. Everything seemed perfect. The Duchess was supposed to make the Count's son from abroad fall in love with her. It was as if she were back in a romantic fantasy, as if she were on the Titanic, having completed her checklist. The consultants were interested in whether the lady liked the dress, to which the answer was obvious: everything was gorgeous. In that case, she should have shown herself to the gentleman who had been waiting for her all this time. And as soon as the screen was opened, the men saw the girl in her new outfit. Valoa looked amazing. It was impossible to take your eyes off her. Every element only enhanced her beauty. Carton and Eden were shocked by such beauty, because the Duchess really looked wonderful. The man looked straight into her eyes, and a blush appeared on her cheeks of its own accord. It looked even better than he had imagined, but the Emperor did not like this view at all. The woman apparently thought that she was going on a real date, and that if she wore such a flashy dress, she would become an easy target for mercenaries. She had many enemies. So dull colors that do not attract attention suit her, and although they chose it for a long time, the choice turned out to be unsuccessful. In that case, she suggested that the gentlemen choose something themselves. Eden was already about to approach them, when suddenly His Majesty told his lover to sit quietly and just watch. It would be better to give him the choice, because he is similar to someone, according to the lady. The Duchess quickly regretted these words because Carton's choice was not the best. It wasn't that she didn't trust Carton's taste, but was he sure that Sir Renoa would like this dress? Didn't she suggest that their tastes coincided? He was talking about an outfit similar to a nun's robe. But there are cases when hiding something arouses interest in men. The slave does not like this at all. Nothing can be done about it. In that case, the lady would go and detain Sir Renoa, and Eden should take a sniffer dog and track his movements. Is the Duchess really sure that she can cope alone? But she has already managed to escape death at his hands twice. So she didn't worry about anything. She could easily deal with such a fool. Eden felt guilty about what had happened before, but nothing could be changed. And so, the outfit was chosen and it was time to leave. The men seemed to be seeing Waloa off. Well, now it was time for them to hit the road on another fake date. The meeting took place where the lady told me that she had recently been planning to open a new enterprise, something that would appeal to aristocrats dying of boredom. In this business, the most important thing is money. If you have it, then success is guaranteed. How much longer will he boast about himself? She has already finished the lines of a stupid fool. This will go on forever unless she says something. It probably takes a lot of manpower to run such a large enterprise. Finding loyal and reliable workers is a difficult task, but the guy had his own methods. The lady asked Harvey to share this information, but she got his name wrong. It was Howard. Perhaps they needed to come up with nicknames for each other, and from now on he would call her Airy. Frankly, a fragile girl like her would be upset to hear about his methods. After all, Renoa didn't hire people as she might have thought, although it was obvious. But it was necessary to maintain the image of a fool, so how did he cope alone? He had in mind something a little different: lend him people when there are slaves. Considering how the slave trade market has been thriving lately, it is enough to simply contact the right person in advance and tell them what you need. And recently, the supplier even got children with different colored eyes. Valoa doubted that they would have been able to do this the old way of kidnapping people. Or maybe they had already recruited so many slaves that they could offer a wide selection. When she was investigating the treasury of the emperor's mother's palace, she noticed. The fact that she spends so much money on donations most likely means that they steal people even from the workhouse. Viscount Geoffrey has collected a whole bunch of girls with silver hair and blue eyes. They look like elves. If suddenly Airy also wants someone, then let him just say so. But there was a question of how he manages to control so many slaves. But why do this? Let them run away. They will just die. Does he really kill them if they run away? Count Renoa's son had already drunk heavily, almost a whole bottle, and was not aware of anything. And yet he was able to answer the Duchess's question. They poisoned them with poisonous herbs. After kidnapping them, they poison the slaves with these herbs, and then give them a little antidote every morning. Just a little bit so they don't die, so if they run away, without a dose of antidote they will just die. In general, even if a slave wants to live, he can never escape his fate. The man suddenly thought that Airy had become scared. After all, he had warned that fragile ladies should not hear such things. It was all completely different, and he seemed to have had a fair amount to drink already, so it was worth leaving it at that. By this, the girl wanted to say that he got drunk from just a couple of bottles, which was exactly the case. He wasn't going to let her go anywhere, because the lady had hurt his pride. Now Renoa would show who was the man here. The Duchess was asking, almost ordering to let her go, when suddenly something flew at him. This rock almost hit Valou, which was scary. Suddenly, a male silhouette appeared from the window that had been broken earlier apparently. It was he who threw the stone. It was His Majesty who apparently was ready to knock out this idiot all this time. All this time, Count Renoa's son lay on the floor unconscious after such a blow to the head. But what was he doing here? It turned out that one annoying guy told him to come to this place. His ears were already wilting from him. It was a typical move of a killer, because he began to approach the lady. Another second, and he would have grabbed her by the neck. He overestimated him. This fool just wanted to kiss her, which caused a storm of emotions in Carton. He should forget about it, because she had something to tell him, so it was worth returning to the palace first. And as soon as they returned, it turned out that, thanks to the bloodhounds, they had managed to find out where Renoir Howard had gone during the week. Besides his estate in the capital, he mainly traveled to men's clubs, restaurants, casinos, and other similar establishments. And there was no single place that could serve as their base. The slave trading site where Eden was held contained several hundred slaves. But among the places Howard visited, there was not a single one that could accommodate so many people, which means they again have no leads. Not quite. They may not have found the actual place where they trade, but they have a small lead. Carton took the documents that contained clues, and his mother was involved in them. There could be no mistake about this, since Katrina was taken into slavery from a workhouse. In this case, there were no objections from either side, only one remained. The Duchess will attempt to sneak into the workhouse this week. But it was too dangerous. Eden tried to persuade the lady to go to him, but was refused. He was known that way, and since she was from aristocratic circles, she only needed a little transformation. And no one would even think that Wallowa could be a duchess. Considering that Viscount Geoffrey was looking for girls with silver hair and blue eyes, she was the perfect choice for the task. It would have been better to sell His Majesty into slavery than for him to dig his own coffin. He will finish him off someday. He was a swordmaster. It was a safer and more effective way to get in there. Didn't he tell him that he wouldn't kill Eden only if he was a loyal servant? Apparently he has no breaks either. Although he infuriated Carton, there was some truth in his words. If he penetrated, it would be most effective. The Emperor and the elf with silver hair and blue eyes, the lady had never heard anything funnier. But besides, there was a high probability that they would want to take the man into slavery, and he was right. But what will they do with the poisonous herbs, even if they attack their base? Without an antidote, all the slaves will simply die. The Duchess has tried a lot of similar things, so she will be able to distinguish what the poison is. But will His Majesty be able to recognize poison? Isn't the lady right, since she takes into account all the factors? Only a girl could boast that she had swallowed poison and now understood what it was. And yet the Emperor agreed, but only on the condition that at the slightest threat she would give them a signal. After all, her life was not dear to her alone. Men had their own reasons. As soon as they arrived at the Imperial Palace, the lady asked to be hit on the cheek or chin. This was something Carton didn't expect at all, because he didn't think that before she left, she would ask him to hit her. If she wants to get into the almshouse and not be sold, then she needs to be hit. After all, with a bruise on her face, they would keep her at the base until it healed, and was there anyone else Wallowa could have asked for this? Eden wouldn't have dared, even last time, because he was so strong she quickly got bruises on her neck. In that case, he will do it since the Duchess asks for it. But before that, the man wanted to say that he was wrong. He shouldn't have behaved like that last time. His Majesty truly regretted his actions. These words made the Duchess embarrassed. It was surprising that he apologized to her, but it was not worth it, because it was not something strange for them. Because from Carton's point of view, she is a vile villain who held his mother hostage. But he saw that the Duchess's behavior was not so simple, so he decided to pinch her on the cheek. For such a fool, this would be enough to leave her with a bruise by the evening. And when night fell, the carriage was ready, and it was time to set off. His Majesty watched the carriage depart from the window of his room in the palace. He couldn't leave things like that, so he ordered his crow, which was sitting on his shoulder, to watch out so as not to get caught. If he notices even the slightest danger, the bird should be immediately informed about it. The girl went very far, and after some time she was already in the right place. All this time the raven followed the Duchess, trying not to be noticed, as he was ordered. The lady was easy to miss, as she, like many others, was wearing a brown cloak. She walked along the gloomy streets, where many people, both adults and children, were walking. And while she was walking along the streets, children ran from behind her, hurrying somewhere and pushing each other. They ran to the baker, asking him for some bread, that there would be enough for everyone, so there was no need to rush. And while the children were just taking the baked bread, the man noticed the girl who was watching them. She obviously wanted to take some bread too, since she stood and watched them. Everything was exactly like this, so the Duchess decided to take off the hood of her cape, which did not allow one to see her face. And as soon as the baker saw her silver hair and blue eyes, he was shocked. But it is precisely these elements that can help you make good money on it. It was an opportunity he couldn't pass up, so he suggested they go inside and talk instead of staying outside, saying that he could help her with her problems, but there was definitely no conversation in his room. The next morning arrived and a cart was driving along long-trodden roads, and as soon as they arrived at the place, everyone who was in it was ordered to leave. Among all the prisoners and slaves was the Duchess, who was already handcuffed. As soon as she came out with everyone else, before her eyes was the very base where the slaves were located. Such a large building was hidden in the outskirts of the capital as soon as they could miss this place. But now was not the time for that. Viscount Geoffrey had ordered it, so it was worth taking good care of it. It was better for the new girl not to think about escaping. He meant that if she wanted to get out of here, she should keep her pretty face. The scene of the other slaves who arrived with her being beaten left Wallowa at a loss for words. But the man was attracted by something completely different. The necklace that was hanging around the girl's neck, he would take it. It was the only thing left of his mother. The lady tried to take it away, but he pushed her away. If you sell it successfully, you can get more valuable things than this, so there was no point in resisting. The Duchess treated the pendant with pipora pollen to make it traceable. Since she managed to get in, she could give it to him, because she kept the most important thing for herself. She should have forgotten about the pendant, and better yet, eaten the carelessly crumpled piece. It was a parasite medicine, obviously. If you look at her, she was sick with something like that. Besides, it was good for health, so you have to swallow it all at once. But it was immediately clear that this was not a medicine, as they said, but a poison. There was nothing left to do but simply eat this poison so as not to arouse suspicion. These two had to arrive on time at all costs. Eden and Carton were already on the girl's trail with the help of sniffer dogs. Although His Majesty did not like the pace of these dogs at all, everything was too slow. It was the only way to get there somehow, until something in the sky caught his eye. It turned out that the raven had already followed the Duchess and was ready to show her the quickest way. He ordered that the dogs be left alone and that they follow him, which the slave did not agree with. After all, the owner ordered to track her by the pipora pollen that was on the pendant. In that case, he would spend the whole day on this, which the emperor did not want to do at all. So he went in a completely different direction, following the raven's directions. Eden decided not to lag behind and went after the dogs that had smelled the scent. It was like an unspoken race to see who could get there first. All this time, the dogs followed the trail of pollen that the Duchess was able to leave behind. This search continued for a very long time because the dogs could not follow the scent so quickly, but over time they became closer and closer to Wallowa, which was good news. And after some time, the dogs were able to find the very place where the girl was being held. Eden dismounted from his horse and began eavesdropping on the guards who were complaining of pain in their bodies. It was all because the slaves weren't even thinking about running away. They wanted to have some fun. But what was the point of catching them if the end was already decided? In any case, after they started using the medicine, the work became boring, and the slave arrived with incredible beauty. When the old man asked them to find a woman who looked like an elf, they thought he was mentally ill and that he should stop seducing them. Otherwise, if the goods were damaged, there would be problems. One of them said not to go into the prison at night, although if you play a little, hardly anyone will notice. The man, after such words, wanted to attack these guards who wanted to harm the lady. Suddenly he was stopped. Fortunately, they didn't notice anything, blaming everything on the crow. It was Carton who grabbed him because he called her mistress, but he doesn't even know what she wants. Did he really want to leave them alone when they said such things? He couldn't do that and let them go so easily. But she was the Duchess of Wallowa, so she would be fine. With these words, His Majesty released Eden, and as soon as he could look at him, he was shocked. It was clear from the emperor's face that he himself was barely holding on to avoid finishing them off. All this time, the Duchess was led to the dungeon, where all the slaves in this place were kept. Another man took her away and warned her not to even think about escaping if she didn't want to die. Quite some time had passed since she had taken the poison, but no symptoms had appeared. Is it really poison, or did they use less poison so the slaves wouldn't guess? But it wasn't worth making any guesses on her own just yet, so she decided to get to know the girl who was sitting in this cell. The lady wanted to know if the guard said that if you try to escape, you will die. Is it true? It was true. Everyone who ran away from this place always died, so she should forget about this idea. But how they died, whether they vomited blood or had convulsions, or maybe clutched their hearts, she didn't know. They were simply told about it, but weren't shown the body. They could have killed them themselves and then said that it was all because of the poison. Then she might not eat, because the anti-parasite medicine that is given at the entrance is poison. Those people said that they put an antidote in the food, so if you run away, you won't be able to take the antidote and you will die. But the Duchess is very lucky, because she is nice, so she will quickly get out of here. At this time, one of the workers of this place approached with the bread that had just been discussed. As soon as the bread entered the cage, all the slaves reached for the bread in order to take at least one piece. At that very moment, all the bread was taken, and the Duchess was also given one piece. She should have eaten quickly, because there were those who stole, because they thought that if they ate a lot, the poison would be completely neutralized. Wallowa couldn't refuse it, and as expected, the bread had no aftertaste either. If the antidote is given with food, then when they give the poison, why poison them again? But if you stay here for a long time, then after eating a lot of bread, the poison will be neutralized, and before this happens, most likely, they will give you poison again. But no one else was given anti-parasitic medication like the first time, and she has been here for a long time, but does not remember eating anything else except food. No one has ever taken the poison twice. It is lethal enough to kill unless continued antidote is taken, but it causes no symptoms. To control it so carefully, it would be necessary to constantly feed it with new portions. The girl did not understand why she was so worried about this. She heard from the guards that it had already been decided where she would be sent, and she should pray that the bruise would go away quickly. After all, then she would be able to get out of this terrible place faster. But the Duchess did not want this at all. And when everyone had already fallen asleep, one of the guards entered their cage. Her face was sweet even in the darkness, and Valoa couldn't help but wake up from these words. One of the guards said that it was dangerous in prison at night, or rather, that he knew such a fool. What should she do now? Should she have screamed? Even if she called the other guards, they wouldn't take her side. While the man was fiddling around and doing something, it was worth waiting a little longer. After all, the Duchess noticed he had a dagger, and when the moment came, it was time to counterattack. The man didn't expect this at all, because he just wanted to play with her during the night. Suddenly, the girl stood up and took away from him the dagger that was on his belt. Quickly taking it out of its case, she was ready to strike. She didn't hesitate as she tried to strike, and as soon as the dagger was stuck in, something went wrong. The guard was able to dodge the attack and use his hand instead of his neck. The man already wanted to show what happens to people like her, but consciousness slowly left him. And seconds later he fell to the floor. How could this happen? Because the knife did not even touch vital organs. Besides, despite all the noise that fool made, no one woke up. In that case, it would have been worth taking the opportunity to hide the dagger under your clothes. As soon as the Duchess had removed all the evidence, a strange aroma filled the air. Perhaps it was incense for sleep, although the air contained poisonous herbs. They had a soporific effect, but that's not all. A bitter, spicy aroma that caused a tingling sensation in the nose. Poison in the form of smoke, which can be used to poison. Apparently this was the poison that they were supposed to feed all this time. The poison you eat when you first arrive here is completely eliminated from your body if you eat bread containing the antidote several times. However, if you feed them poison periodically, there is a chance that people will notice and run away. That's why they use poisoned smoke while everyone is sleeping, so the point is to keep the guards from coming here at night. If the Duchess is right, he must be poisoned too, so he urgently needs to take the antidote. After some time, the man finally woke up and was angry at the girl. But did he have time to hang out here? Security was about to show up and bring food. Of course, after these words he hurried to leave, but he would not want to exchange the key for useful information. Valoa's words seemed like nonsense to him, and thinking that she was some kind of crazy person, the guard left the cage. She just wanted to warn him that he needed to take the antidote. But it would be better to leave everything as is in order to test my hypothesis about the poison. At this rate, she was becoming more and more like the Duchess of Waloa. If so, how will it differ from it? But the hypothesis has been tested. The man fell to the floor foaming at the mouth, and all the guards immediately rushed to call a doctor. This was clearly the first time a security guard had been poisoned, although everyone thought he had eaten something bad. There was no need to think about it so much. The girl offered the slave her piece of bread. It was all because she had a resistance to poisons, which made her become more and more unusual, which is something I hear often. But she couldn't miss such a gesture of kindness, most likely. This was the first time something like this had happened to her. So the girl decided to introduce herself. Her name was Sally. She was from Gezwan County. The lady could not ignore such a gesture of friendship, so she introduced herself by her new pseudonym, Eli. While the girls were getting to know each other, there was some noise outside. Although it was difficult, Valoa was able to see from the cage of Fonts who had come to this place. It was very terrible, because the man knew her face and could easily recognize the Duchess in her. But all she could do was pray that he would simply pass by and not pay attention to her. The lady even covered her face so that he could not recognize her, and fortunately, everything went well. The orders were scheduled to be delivered tomorrow, so the guards had to be especially careful with high-quality products. This information was very useful for the Duchess, because now she knew the deadlines. And it was no longer possible to delay and pretend to be a frightened girl. After all, the deal would take place this evening, and the time was getting closer and closer. All this time, Eden and Carton waited near the camp for the girl to give the signal. It was not yet time, so the servant should not do anything stupid and just wait. But when the mistress gives the signal, he will start with the guard who wanted to abuse her. His Majesty's attention was drawn to a raven that was hovering high above the camp, trying to show something. And what he wanted to show was right in front of them. A man was being carried on a stretcher under a cloth. Apparently there was no longer any need to kill that guard, he was already dead. The hostess managed to get ahead of Eden, which was even commendable that she was able to cope with him. After this, a lot of time passed and the moon was shining above the sky. Deep night had come. By that time, the Duchess had managed to come up with her plan to finally escape. She started screaming that she couldn't do it anymore, and that if she stayed in this cramped space for even another minute, she would definitely go crazy. The guards didn't like the shouting at all, but she was dealing in goods that would soon be taken away. Wallowa will soon go crazy if she stays here, she asked to take a walk at least a little. If this continues, she will suffer. These words frightened the men. That's why they decided to make a concession and let the girls out for just 10 minutes. The Duchess couldn't get enough of the fresh air, but it was time to calm down. If either of them decided to run away, they would both get it, but the lady hadn't been outside for so long. And she wouldn't have been able to stand it if she had stayed there even a little longer at that time. She took out a firecracker, which she managed to keep secret. The guards certainly didn't expect that this woman would be ready to do such a thing. But there was nothing they could do, because the signal had been given. It was a huge and loud fireworks display that scattered bright lights across the sky. And after that, they couldn't just leave the girls unpunished. The guards drew their swords against them, something the Duchess was already prepared for. Thanks to the dagger she took from a foolish guard, the lady was able to repel the attack. But the man was much stronger than her, so this was difficult for her. Of course, the fact that Wallowa held one of the guards and did not allow harm to come to her and the girl was good. But she completely forgot that there was another guard who was not going to leave things like this. The Duchess was already preparing herself for the fact that her end would come and she would simply die. And moments later, as soon as she opened her eyes, everything was fine. The picture in front of her was not the best one. The men who had attacked them were already lying dead on the ground. And the reason for all this was another man who was able to deal with them so quickly. Their savior was Edan, who managed to come and save the Duchess. It took a lot of time to find the owner, and now he will protect her. You could tell from her appearance that she had a hard time in such a terrible place. This was exactly the case, but the Duchess was so glad to see him that she simply asked him to call her Duchess. But the man did not listen to her at all and continued calling her mistress until the end. By this time, the dogs that were with Eden had managed to arrive and helped track down the lady. All this time, Sally stood to the side, afraid to say even a word, because she did not even understand what was happening. There was no need to worry so much because they were from the imperial palace and came to save them. His Majesty the Emperor will destroy this slave market and rescue the kidnapped people. Everything was like a fairy tale. The girl could not believe her words that they would finally be free. But still, she was confused by one question that she wanted to ask the lady. She asked that man to call herself the Duchess, which meant that she too had come to save them. She was just a decoy and it was okay to talk to her informally, which Sally didn't agree with, because it was she who helped her, not the Emperor, and she was grateful to her 100,000 times more. Because Wallowa personally made her way here to help, and will be grateful to her for the rest of her life. The girl may not be able to repay you for everything right now, but let him know that she is very grateful. Enough time had passed since then, and the knights had already arrived to help them return home. And since she is so grateful to her, let her write a letter as soon as she gets there. That will be enough. But to get from here to Jaswana County will take quite a while, namely several weeks. Grandfather had probably already turned everything upside down. Her grandfather was a butler serving Count Gezvan. He was her only family, so Sally hoped his health hadn't been weakened by the stress. If we are talking about the elderly butler of Count Gezvan, who tried to poison the Duchess and blamed the Count for everything. Sally's grandfather was the same butler who tried to kill her, and he has been dead for a long time. And how could one now, after this, look into the eyes of such a kind girl? Luckily, Eden intervened. If she was going that way, the knights would protect her. They will also help you get to Jaswana County. There is no need to worry about that. At this point, Sally said goodbye to Wallowa, promising to meet again. All these thoughts weighed heavily on her after she learned that her grandfather was dead. The man immediately grabbed the hostess, who felt dizzy. All this was very difficult to bear. The feeling of guilt towards her was pressing down more and more. But she had to stop hesitating and finally focus on the plan. These words were spoken by His Majesty, who finally approached them. The Duchess couldn't be happier, as they had successfully managed to destroy the slave market thanks to him. All this praise was well and good, but something else caught Carton's attention. He clearly didn't like the way Eden held the lady by the waist, feeling either jealousy or threat. That's why he threw the jacket he had been holding in his hands all this time into the man's hands. It turned out that they had detained all the guards, but still could not find Fonts. Only by catching it will it be possible to say that the market has been destroyed, but for now this cannot be done. He should have stopped flirting and tried using the dogs to find Fawns. The Duchess was all right now, so he had to hurry before he ran away. In the meantime, His Majesty would personally take care of his mistress, which of course he did not like. But the man couldn't refuse the Emperor so easily, so he immediately bowed and began searching. After a few moments, they were finally left alone, without their lover. Carton, of course, heard their entire conversation, which was about Sally's grandfather. Valoa was not guilty of anything. These words were exactly what she needed at that moment. But the girl decided to play dumb, not showing how hard it was for her. Of course, the Emperor understood this, so he repeated that she was not to blame for the death of Count Gezvan's butler. Every person is responsible for their actions, and even the fact that she feels sorry for his granddaughter will not change this fact. The Duchess should have stopped worrying about things that could no longer be changed in any way. The Emperor seemed to see right through her and spoke his words from the bottom of his heart. This is exactly what the lady needed now, for someone to pity her and tell her that she was not guilty. After all, she did everything possible to survive and doesn't know if she did the right thing. She really did everything she could to just survive in this world. Carton understood everything perfectly well, and either out of pity for her or something else, he hugged her. A little time passed from that moment, and they were already on their way to search for Fonts. The girl was surprised when he suddenly hugged her. He covered her so that no one would see. After all, if anyone had seen the Duchess of Valoa crying, all sorts of rumors would have immediately spread throughout the palace. And then she would not be able to calmly do her work, nevertheless, looking at his care. It seemed that now the Duchess was not so hated by Carton, which was good. But now there was no point in thinking about it so much, because now they had completely different plans. While the girl walked next to His Majesty, a raven circled above them the whole time. And at that moment, a sparkle appeared from a small window and was reflected in the bird's eye. Immediately after reporting this to the Emperor, everything became clear that their target was trying to attack. At that very moment, a sharp dagger flew out of that small window at an incredible speed. And it would be okay if he was flying at Carton, he would be able to dodge him, but he was flying at Lady Valoa. And of course, this dagger hit the target right on target, causing blood to slowly drip. Fortunately, His Majesty managed to react and grab him, although he had to sacrifice his arm. The blood flowed more and more, which is not surprising, because the wound was large. The Duchess thought Fonts was trying to kill the Emperor, but that was not the case. He tried to kill her, which the Emperor could not just leave. Therefore, without wasting a minute, he immediately threw that ill-fated dagger back out the window. Surprisingly or not, Carton hit the target, wounding the man in return. The murder of a nobleman was a serious crime, so he must be punished. As soon as the deed was done, they went to check on Fannis, who had been hit by the Emperor. It was located in a small house, so it wasn't that difficult to get to. As soon as they entered, the leader of the slave market appeared before them. And if he appears before the court and tells the truth, then His Majesty will spare his life. What should he say to this, that some pathetic worm decided to have a hand in opening a slave market? But Carton knew perfectly well that the Dowager Empress stood behind him. This means that if Fonts confesses to everything, he will be able to stop living like trash. The Emperor's behavior seemed funny to him. After all, he was going to believe absolutely everything that those around him said. Before I could even come to any agreement with him, a stream of blood began to flow from the man's mouth. He wasn't going to tell anything, apparently having taken some kind of poison beforehand. Having done this, after a few seconds he was dead, which was very terrible. After all, they carefully prepared to ensure that no one could find out the truth. All this was very important, but just looking at the Duchess, something was clearly bothering her. Carton still couldn't understand what had happened to her, which worried him a little. It turns out she thought that it was because of her, the Duchess of Valoa, that so many people were dying. But wasn't she ready for this when she decided to gain power? It was interesting to see that the girl now doubted everything, but most likely it was because of her memory loss, and now the lady is a completely different person. In that case, it's strange because His Majesty is next to her, but he is still alive. But the girl is not even a sword master and cannot protect him like he can. But she may not be a sword master, as Carton said, but she knows how to handle a blade. And today, when I took it for the first time, I found myself with 2 guards and defended myself skillfully. Although this was not the first time when the Duchess was younger, she had learned self-defense. It looked funny and scary at the same time, because she didn't know how to do anything at all. And every attempt she made was so-so, but she never felt sad about it. All these memories were happy, although they were long ago, which made His Majesty think. Besides this, the Duchess noticed that he looked somehow unwell, as if he was ill. But everything was fine. Besides, having been here, the lady probably consumed a lot of poison. He needed to be neutralized and as quickly as possible, but how could she do that right now? This issue was easily resolved because at that moment Carton injured his own lip. Has Willowa forgotten that there is a way to neutralize it without the help of drugs? But with her immunity, such a quantity of poison would not cause problems, so she asked to stop harming herself. The man didn't care at all. He wanted to help the girl, even in this way, and to make sure she wouldn't resist and would accept help, he simply smeared his blood on her lips. This behavior of His Majesty was surprising, which made the lady embarrassed. But His Majesty liked everything. The way the Duchess reacted to it was reminiscent of the past. This amount would be enough to neutralize it, but if she wanted, he could give more, which the lady didn't need at all, since it was unexpected anyway. From the moment they caught the already dead Fonts, it was morning, and as soon as they returned to the slave camp, Eden, who had lost his mistress, immediately ran up to them. Apparently they had been gone too long for him to start worrying, which Carton didn't like at all. He did not at all like the company of the man who could not leave the Duchess alone. But besides this, Eden noticed that the girl had blood on her lips and was already about to clean it up. What was the last straw for His Majesty's patience was that he did not allow him to do this. This again sparked an unspoken war between them, and both men were unhappy. Suddenly, the Duchess got involved in their war, telling Eden to quietly finish and return to the palace. In any case, His Majesty is also already preparing for his return. The girl's mood was good, as were her intentions, but this behavior offended Carton, which is why he decided to leave their company without any words or answers. The Emperor was not going to tolerate this, so he decided to go first to finish everything. This behavior was strange and unexpected, because just a minute ago he was in a good mood. But the hostess should have avoided His Majesty for some time. Such a statement was surprising. Therefore, Eden will say directly that when he was still captain of the guard, he heard the Emperor muttering while looking at her. What if you put her in hellfire and then take her out and give her to be eaten by crows? It still won't be enough. Therefore, the man thought that it would be a good idea for her to stay away from the Emperor. He is a very fickle man, but he need not have worried so much. The lady was going to do the same too. And if you think about it, Eden probably never visited abroad, which turned out to be true. That's why the girl suggested going there. The man would follow her anywhere. That was great. Then next year they will run away on a love journey. Such words about a love journey confused Eden, even though the Duchess was joking. She kept her promise to Count Gesvan. Now the commoners who were slaves would not rebel. And if the girl really does run away, she will never be able to see Carton's face again. Recent moments when His Majesty had supported her flashed before her eyes. In those difficult moments when she cried from hopelessness, he was there. All these memories were only about the Emperor, who could not leave her in such a state and was always there. Now all she had to do was escape, but for some reason she couldn't stop thinking about Carton. Much time passed since then, and the Duchess returned to the Imperial Palace. Because she had been in the camp for a long time, there was more paperwork. She had to deal with all the documents that had accumulated over a long period of time, and after quite a long time, the girl finally finished with the documents for the court. When clearing out the slave market, Eden and Carton brought knights, so there were more witnesses. And if this is the case, most of the nobles will not be able to escape, so we can breathe a sigh of relief. When was the last time she drank tea so calmly? Because when she got here, the lady was busy trying to survive. That's why she couldn't even imagine that she would have free time. She went straight to the cabinet meeting and saved Eden from Carton. At the same time, she managed to go around the entire empire in search of tax loopholes. And in the end, she even destroyed the slave market along with His Majesty. The girl was simply incredible, but she wouldn't sign up for something like this again. Valoa thought that after all this, everything would just end happily. She thought she could find that very main character and escape peacefully. But everything was not so simple. Only the spring banquet with the participation of the main character remained. What kind of person is she, considering that in the original, Carton was madly in love with her? She must be an incredible beauty. When the main character appears, Carton will probably be shocked, just like her. And then His Majesty will be completely occupied only with the main character. In that case, the Duchess will no longer see the Emperor's smile in her direction. Just the thought that he would no longer be hers made her heart flutter. At this moment, His Majesty came into her office on some business of his own. He came to talk about Howard Renoa. He heard that he asked the judge for permission to meet with the Duchess. The Emperor was apparently talking about Harvey, but since when did they start calling each other by affectionate nicknames? Everything was not as he thought. They met only a few times. They couldn't even be called friends. That's how it is, although the petition said that they were very close and there were even prospects for the future. The Duchess worked so hard for His Majesty, so how could she find time for this? Besides, she had no intention of getting married, and these words infuriated Carton. After all, how can one understand that the girl did not intend to get married? His behavior was very strange, because what did she do wrong that brought out the tyrant? When she met that fool, she expressed her concerns about marriage to him, that's all. She had absolutely nothing in common with Renoa. If the man wanted, she could meet him and talk. That is, if he wants, then meet him without thinking about any marriage. But it doesn't matter whether she is married to Haggis or engaged. Let her do as she pleases. It was surprising that it angered him, because if that was the case, it seemed like Carton was genuinely interested in her. After all, if you just look at how the man reacted to the slightest connection between Waloa and someone, it was clear that the lady was still important to the Emperor, which became a problem. The girl immediately brushed it off because that couldn't be. She was his enemy. He hated her, so this outcome definitely couldn't happen. Several days passed from that moment, and a man came into the Duchess's office. He begged her and was ready to suffer punishment just to save his son's life. But didn't he know that the ledger found in Fawn's office said that Garvey Renoa's share was not small? In any case, if she gives him a break, the other nobles will object. The man would give anything to save Howard, even jewelry and unusual things. Moreover, the secret navigation route, which is passed down in their family from generation to generation, anything, just had to be said. But was there really a secret navigation route passed down from generation to generation? Everything was so. There was a safe route without storms and pirates. It was worth mentioning, and he would introduce her to the captain, who had traveled this route countless times. Perhaps, thanks to this, the lady will be able to leave the Empire without problems, in which case she will talk to His Majesty about Howard. After they talked about the secret navigation route, Valoa headed to the basement. Apparently that's exactly where Howard was. All he did was rebel. The guards told him to eat and gave him something similar, just so they could try to escape. He promised to catch them and destroy them. At that very moment, the Duchess managed to approach. It was expected that someone like him would behave appropriately. As soon as he noticed Eli, he seemed to go crazy, thinking that she had come to rescue her fiancé. The guards were shocked that they were engaged, although she had nothing in common with him. Many people said that he was sent to prison for kidnapping. But this was just a misunderstanding when a person is engaged in business. Naturally, he makes enemies for himself. It was a pathetic attempt to clear himself, but after that it turned out that he had been set up by some person. That very man turned out to be the despicable Duke of Valoa, who was the girl. Apparently, he missed the part where she introduced herself to him, because he didn't even know he was talking to that same Duke. But he continued. Just hearing that name made him feel like a stubborn old man. Obviously, he did this out of envy because he is young, handsome, and has a great future. Although the Duchess was confident that she had introduced herself correctly at their first meeting, Howard was sure she was Lady Alina Valoa, but there was only one name he could call her. There was nothing left to do but introduce myself again to such a fool, hoping that this time he would remember that she was the Duchess of Waloa. There must be a limit to stupidity. Even a 5-year-old child can tell about the high-ranking noble families of the Empire, especially if there is only one woman among them, namely the Duchess. How dare such a devil fool her, even though the lady immediately told him who she was, but Renoa didn't listen properly. She doesn't even know the actual owner of the empire, even if it's because of his father, but she was stupid in deciding to show him favor. The man tried to somehow stop the girl, but she was not going to listen to him. In any case, they will see each other in court. With these words, the lady left the dungeon. While the girl was walking and thinking about Howard, only then did she raise her head. His Majesty appeared before her, apparently having been waiting for her all this time. And he waited for her for a reason, because the man heard her entire conversation with that fool. And even the fact that the Duchess called herself the actual owner of the empire. So, did the actual owner of the empire have any difficulty in talking? But of course, the owner of the empire was the great Emperor Kartan Zion, and she only wanted to threaten the criminal. This was different from what he had heard. She said that he didn't know who the real owner of the empire was, since he was acting so arrogant. The lady seemed to be trapped, trying to explain that she was just a leaf glued to the real owner of the empire. Everything was done so that he would not ignore her, since His Majesty does not particularly care about her. But Kartan did not understand what she meant by the girl speaking as if she were a loyal subject. Now the man understood more and more what the Duchess thought of him. So he decided not to continue this conversation any further and suggested going out to eat. The Empress Dowager must be in a very bad mood already due to the abolition of the slave market. Isn't it difficult when a faithful servant eats separately? The girl could not refuse the emperor, so they immediately went to the table. His Majesty tasted the food first, apparently to check for poison, and then handed the plate to the lady. It was unusual and even unexpected that he decided to check the food himself. During the meal, Valoa decided to ask him how he felt about revising the execution of nobles involved in the slave trade. It was because of Count Renoa's son, but the lady decided to deny it. It seemed to her that the crime was too grave to end with one execution. They have caused suffering to so many people, yet their suffering will only last for moments. Her words reminded Kartan of the time he had lost his captain of the guard a few months earlier. She took the former commander-in-chief, made him her lover, and is she still doing it now? It was out of the question. Even if she and the Count's son were the only people left on Earth, she meant let these nobles feel the same pain as the victims. Let him think of them as harmless criminals and make them work all their lives. Besides, the criminals who worked in her mine were sent to Marquis True, which caused a labor shortage. Valoa saved the Count's son and gave him housing on her territory, which was wrong. She was going to send him to a distant area, which was good. The Prince of the Eastern Continental Empire is scheduled to visit next month, so it would be a good idea to transfer them to the Eastern Continent, where slave ownership is legal. Everything happened exactly like this, after which His Majesty handed the Duchess some kind of scroll, which said that they wanted to take this opportunity to build good relations with the Kizronian Empire. And to strengthen relations between the two countries, we are talking about a political marriage with the Kizronian Empire. He probably didn't know that there were no women of marriageable age in the current imperial family. Therefore, the proposal had to be made with a wife of noble birth in mind, which meant that the prince might also be attracted to her. The girl suddenly became cheerful, which made Kartan nervous, but he didn't have to worry about punishing the criminals. In that case, the Duchess will have to report that the criminals have been sent away. The lady will do everything possible to ensure that the prince does not experience any inconvenience during his stay here. After such an informative conversation with the Emperor, the Duchess still had some unfinished business. Namely, a meeting with Count Renoa, to whom she explained that she had tried in every possible way to persuade His Majesty. But punishment is inevitable, and yet execution was avoided, which was already a great blessing. The girl almost lost her head while trying to convince His Majesty, and remembering him, she held out until the end. The Emperor could suddenly change his mind, and perhaps the Duchess would be caught tomorrow. But how could she refuse the Count such a request he could not worry, because his son's life was saved? The lady was only concerned about his life abroad, because instead of executing the nobles who were involved in this matter, she proposed another option. It was decided to send them to the Eastern Continent as slaves. Now his son would have experience abroad. The girl also felt very sorry, but His Majesty was stubborn, so she could not do anything. The crime was very serious, and the Count knows the Emperor's character. Now that the matter with his son was resolved, it was worth talking about the secret navigation route. All this time, while the Duchess was obviously lying to Count Renoa, a raven was watching them. He heard every detail of their conversation, after which there was no longer any need to stay there. As soon as the raven flew to Carton, he immediately told him everything he could find out. The girl was planning something again, and then she said these words that almost made her lose her head trying to convince him. Her ability to blame a man had not changed at all, which the bird was definitely unhappy about. Besides this, he noticed that the emperor laughed, although he denied everything. This accusation even angered the emperor a little. But this negativity quickly faded into the background as the man began to have more and more questions. Every day it became more and more difficult for him to be near the Duchess. After all, he had no idea what the girl was going to do this time. At the same moment, the Dowager Empress was studying some documents in her chambers. As she read the contents of them, she was filled with anger because she was once again interfering with her plans. According to official information, His Majesty the Emperor brought the Knights of the Royal Guard. Thus he got rid of the slave traders, but didn't she tell the maid that the Emperor was just a discarded blade? The one who wielded the sword was the Duchess herself, but there was no longer any need for that, so they had to take all the donations. Nevertheless, the woman is glad that she got back what she invested. This money is needed to launch a major business. Of course, it was a pity that I would have to spend money, but the Prince of the Eastern Continent was more important now. When the prince arrived, someone had to be appointed to report to her about his every action. The Dowager Empress cannot leave everything to her foolish brother and his son, who tried to climb up at every opportunity. Why are there so many people who are filled with confidence in topics they know nothing about? But most of all, she wondered if the Duchess of Wallowa felt the same way as she did. After the liquidation of the slave market, the girl is still busy to the brim. State affairs, for which she is responsible as Prime Minister, a reception in honor of the Prince of the Eastern Continent. And while she is preparing for emigration, she is nevertheless glad that she now has people she can trust. Namely, Eden, who was now a slave, and the chief maid, who helped to remember the past. All these people tried their best to help the Duchess escape. And as she requested, they found a guild that had experience at sea and signed a contract with them. This was great, but the way things were with food, they ordered mostly dry goods. The woman also planned to tidy up the mansion that the lady had mentioned earlier. How about we start by sorting out and packing up the family jewels? It certainly wouldn't hurt to take portraits of previous dukes with you. For reference, among the Wallowa family heirlooms is a diamond necklace that has been passed down from generation to generation. And also sapphires and pearls, which are called sea tears. Then they should have been packed first. While they were resolving this issue, a servant entered the office because His Majesty said that he had something to discuss regarding the prince's visit. He asked me to convey that he would wait for the Duchess at the place indicated on the paper. It was the studio where she had been with Carton before, and Eden immediately asked to accompany her. Come to think of it, he worked with the Emperor when they were getting rid of the slave market. Maybe to ease the tension they should go together. But this only worsened the atmosphere, because His Majesty did not understand why she had taken the ballast with her again. The situation could not be worse than this, but now all that was left was to endure. The Duchess had made a very bad decision, for she now found herself sitting between two men who did not get along very well. It was worth at least somehow defusing the atmosphere, so she thought it would be nice if another person appreciated the clothes. She can really make a good choice if she excludes all the clothes that her lover will like. His way of going was, as always, original. It didn't improve the situation, but why did he call the lady? Since she decided to look after the troubled prince, shouldn't she look like a worthy representative of the Khizronian Empire? Everything was exactly like that, although the Duchess already had suitable outfits for the meeting. The Emperor apparently did not agree with this, because on this occasion he ordered a suit especially for her. It is in this outfit, prepared by His Majesty, that Wallowa will appear before the prince. And as soon as the curtains were opened and that very suit appeared before her, everything was terrible. Apparently, in Carton's opinion, the girl was a fighter, not a diplomat. But the problem was, since she was responsible for peace and harmony between the two countries, she was thinking about a more subdued outfit. Perhaps His Majesty had imbued it with a deeper meaning that she, his humble servant, had missed. Although it was she who, until last year, rejected the alliance, declaring that a peace treaty with the Eastern Continent was unthinkable. And if the Duchess has changed her mind, then let her just say so and not worry that he, who has a bad character, will deprive her of her head. It seemed like she had heard those words somewhere before. It was on the day she lied to Count Renoa. Did he really hear then everything that she made up for him for her own benefit? Something had to be done. He, His Majesty, is a man of the broadest soul, and his generosity is as wide as the sea. And she, the Duchess of Wallowa, would not say so, no, and yet, this is their chance to build new political relations. So what he was thinking about was choosing a more modest outfit, but didn't these clothes fit her description? Considering the fact that these metal things were shaking back and forth, it would be easy to create a fuss about the prince's murder. These clothes were created under her supervision, and now the lady decided to ignore his views. But this outfit was precisely what was needed for peace and harmony, and the Duchess could not refuse the emperor. Therefore, a few days later, she appeared before the prince in this outfit. Of course, this whole situation with the girl's outfit only amused Carton. But in order not to show it, he asked the prince if he liked the tea. The prince of the eastern continent, Lionel, was charmed by such a reception from them. Everything was wonderful, but this was the first time he had heard of blueberries. The Duchess was glad that he liked it, and blueberries were the barony's specialty. It is a small berry that grows only in the south of the continent. Recently, Baron Hein brought seedlings, and they became popular in the empire. The prince had heard something about it. They said it was difficult to grow, but it was amazing. As a gift, His Majesty prepared dried blueberries and tea, and hoped that he would be able to enjoy them when he returned. As written in the letter he sent them earlier, Lionel hoped that the Eastern and Kizronian empires could develop good relations, and for this reason he hoped to meet here the one who was destined for him by fate. Could the prince ask them for help? Even though he had turned to the emperor, the Duchess took this matter upon herself. After all, the girl is not married yet, so she perfectly understands other unmarried girls like her. This was wonderful news and an opportunity for the prince. True, it may look funny, but such a great opportunity cannot be missed. The idea of a marriage of convenience worries her, but isn't it funny to dream of romance in a world where even the main character can't have one? If everything succeeds, the lady will lose her citizenship legally, but this is precisely what angered Carton. His Majesty was so angry that he could not control himself and broke the mug in his hands. He understood perfectly well what the Duchess was going to do and could not leave everything so simply. Therefore, it was necessary to put everything in its place immediately before it was too late. Prince Lionel should not have been deceived, because in the Empire the Duchess is known for being completely inexperienced in relationships.